Do 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 do. Oh, greetings there, travelers. Welcome to another episode of Bible study, devotional, as well as BMX learning, and if we're not too tired, maybe even a drawing stream, where you basically get to peer in and watch me fail over and over and over again until we learn something or I land something on the bike. And I just want to say, please take everything I say with a grain of salt, because I cannot edit any of this stuff out on these streams. But it is very liberating in that sense of not being able to edit anything else out, because you just got to go with it. And it does make it a little bit, it does seem like I am a little bit more productive when I don't have the anxiety of having to edit something over and over and over again. And I'm kind of one of those people, it's strange, but I'm actually a pretty big procrastinator. And if I don't just get something done right away, I generally just end up procrastinating it. And so streaming has kind of helped me just send it. It's kind of what it feels like when we're streaming. We just press the go live button, and it's just like, you just gotta send it. You know, you might have a bad day, you might have a good day, and you're just gonna have to go with it. And I think it's kind of cool. And yeah, we're gonna get into a Bible study. We're gonna look up, I was going to try and find a Bible study on awkwardness, but for some reason I couldn't really find a good one. So we're going into this other topic of social anxiety. We did find one on Got Questions. There was a couple other Bible commentary things on awkwardness, but I was like kind of combing them over a little bit, and I don't know if I should read them on the stream. There wasn't really one on Got Questions. Generally, I know if I read one on like Got Questions and stuff, these ones are generally much easier to read and understand. And what's also cool is there's actually this other streamer. His name is Pally Cole. He actually mains a paladin in WoW. And I don't know how he's really going about doing it. I don't know if he just picks a topic or he just... I'm wondering if there's a randomization thing on here where you can just randomly find one. But what he'll do is before he streams, he goes on Got Questions specifically, and he'll read one of these things before he gets into it, right? And I find it cool to do this because, I mean, many of these days, I don't even know what I'm going to get into. I have no idea what verses we're going to get into. Sometimes I bring up a topic like, you know, I wanted to do one today on awkwardness, right? Awkwardness. I think most of us feel awkward. That's the weird thing, is actually these Bible studies for me are still awkward. I've done so many of these Bible studies, and for some reason, they still feel awkward for me. And I think it's just because, I'm going to be flat out honest, I actually was never, in my entire life, I will honestly say I was never planning on doing these Bible studies. If you guys were to ask me to do a Bible study like 2 years ago or 3 years ago, I would have said, no, that's too awkward. I'm not going to do those. I just want to ride my bike. I just want to draw or something like that, right? But as I started getting deeper into God's Word, and then meeting other believers, and then meeting so many other believers that were doing their Bible study devotionals and sharing the scriptures, I was just like, you know what? I guess I could try to do it. And it's actually kind of strange, because it was only until I discovered Twitch and seeing some of the people doing their Bible study devotionals on Twitch that it actually gave me the kind of a little bit of encouragement to be like, you know what, maybe I could try to do a Bible study, because I have heard from other believers saying that they want to do a Bible study, but it's very intimidating. And I think the reason why it's probably intimidating is if you type in Bible study devotional on YouTube, you know, you'll see the ones that just pop up, right? And sometimes they are intimidating, right? Sometimes they're like dressed really nice. They have like really nice cameras, really nice lighting. It looks very like professional, and you're just like, I don't have any of that equipment or anything like that, right? So it can be very intimidating, and especially because many times they cut it out and they edit it out, and maybe making sure that they don't say anything wrong and stuff like that, and it just takes a lot of work to do that, right? And it was only until I actually encountered believers that were doing these live streamed Bible study devotionals that I really go, wait a minute, wow, they're struggling too. Like, they don't just know everything. And I think that's the cool thing about streaming, is you kind of get to peer in and see people's, it's not just like a straight highlight reel, right? Which, if we look on like TikTok or Instagram or even on YouTube, or even if you look at an edited video, right? Many times they just kind of show just the highlights or just the parts that they want you to show you. But the weird thing about streaming is it's just kind of just like, it's just all here. You get to see my mistakes. You get to see how I mess up and how I succeed. And not only that, but you get to see other people do that as well. And I think because of this, this is why streaming is becoming a bigger platform, and it's actually expanded so fastly and so rapidly over the years. Especially if we see some of these big streamers, some of these like crazy guys that have like thousands of people. I think the thing is that it brings this level of humanity, even to someone that might be like super like wealthy, or they might be like the best video game player or something. There's this level that it brings a humanity, because we all fail, right? We all fail at things. We're never always just 100% at it, which I wish we could all be like that, right? And it really does. We do get to, and sometimes it's like, I think that's the cool thing about streaming, is you kind of peer in and see the mistakes. You get to see the failures. You get to see the things that we sometimes struggle with. Whereas many times we would edit these things out, right? And it's kind of strange, right? And I wanted to do a Bible study on awkwardness on this, but I don't know. But so we're just going to read this commentary right here. And let's see. Oh, wow, someone's in here. Legendary Frank. Welcome, Legendary Frank. Hello there. Hey, how goes it? I don't know if you're even still in here, but we're going to do a little a weird Bible. I guess it's not even that weird. We're just going to read. I mean, I guess it's weird to some people. I mean, I guess, I'm going to be honest. I guess if you're not a believer, then I guess it might be very, very strange. But I'd like to even think that how I know I brought this up many of times, but I'd like to even think about these Bible study devotionals as kind of almost like we're playing a real life RPG game, where we're just leveling up our speechcraft ability. And the ironic thing is, prior to even getting into these Bible studies, I did get introduced a little bit to this because I met believers playing paladins, right? And one of the aspects of the paladin class is, I think there's a part of it where you kind of have to have a speechcraft ability, because you have to rally and bolster up your allies. You have to motivate your allies, and sometimes you can even bless your allies and give them increased stats and vigor and fortitude and defense and all this stuff, right? And sometimes, if you think about it in a word level, sometimes our words can do that, because not every time can we just be like, oh, well, here you go, dude. I have this right in my pocket, bro. Exactly what you need right now. I'm just going to give it to you right now, right? Well, the thing is the thing that most of us do have is we have the ability to bolster up our allies, bolster up anybody that were around us with the words that we possess, the words, how we emphasize words, how we speak on things, because, it's like the whole thing where I've heard about the captain of a ship, right? You think you would want to go on a ship where, like, the guy, if you went on some gnarly voyage, right, into the great vast oceans, and we're going to go fish a giant fish out there or something like that, right? Well, you're going to go with a captain that's just super scared, and he's like, you know what, I don't even actually think we're gonna even go do this right now. I think our ship might crash or something. Or would you actually trust a captain that's just like full set, we're gonna go do this, right? And sometimes I think about that, right? Now, a lot of this stuff is easier said than done, but I also think just speaking aloud helps us to just use our words, helps us to even kind of mitigate some of the anxieties of words that kind of stem in the mind, right? Because I know for me personally, many times I get this sense of fear of failure, or this sense of fear of embarrassment of making mistakes in front of everybody or something like that, right? But then it's kind of like we all make mistakes, right? But yeah, let's read this commentary. What is it going to say? This is on Got Questions? How can a Christian overcome social anxiety? Now, I wanted to find one on awkwardness. This is the one I found, though. Maybe we should write some down. Maybe that's what we need to start doing. Maybe that's what you guys should start doing out there. Just start sending Got Questions. All your questions. Just, you know. I used to do that on Reddit, actually. That's actually one thing I used to do prior to doing these Bible study devotionals. If you went on my Reddit account and you look back at and see all my posts, bro, I had probably like 2,000 questions. I was just like going off, because like, you know, sometimes I think that's actually the weird thing when you have an alias, which isn't that so strange when we have a alter alias where we're not using our real name. Sometimes it's like, what I noticed, especially on Reddit, is I was just asking all of these crazy questions, right? Whereas now that I look back at some of these questions, they are so cringy, and I just go, would I even ask some of these people these questions in real life with my own voice right now? Or if my real name was tied to that, right? And it's actually odd because I feel I have vaguely heard the mentionings of some psychologists and therapists now that are in the realms of studying the effects of technology on the mind. The study of technology and the effects of people's psychology, how it's affecting them, right? And I think one that is actually affecting people in some weird ways is we almost kind of live in the age of like masks in some degree, right? It's like this alias that we can never really know who is that person behind the screen. It's like, and if we are these people behind the screens and we are under these aliases, we could just write whatever we want, right? It's just like, and this is why we see these kids and they're on the internet and they're just saying this crazy stuff to like adults and all this stuff, right? And it is kind of weird because in some weird level, does that even show their true nature? Like, because would a true person's character be revealed in the things if they were not held accountable, but they could say anything that they really, really thought? Like, imagine if you really, really, really said and typed everything you really, really thought and nobody knew who you were. You could probably just go off, bro. Just go completely ballistic at times, right? And I'm wondering how that affects the psyche of people at the moment. So yeah, I don't know, right? But anyway, let's read this commentary. How can a Christian overcome social anxiety? I have never read this one, I don't think, so I'm curious what this is going to say. Anxiety disorders are the most common mental disorders in the U.S., with social anxiety disorders being number one among them. Anxiety disorders, like mental disorders, have a spectrum of severity. For some people, an anxiety disorder is relatively easily managed, whereas for others the disorder becomes disabling. No matter where the spectrum a Christian suffering with an anxiety disorder falls, he or she can find help and hope in God. Interesting. What is this going to say? Please take, and also you have to say, please take this with a grain of salt too, because I haven't reread this. I haven't even read this fully right here. So sometimes I don't really know if they're 100% correct. So please take everything with a grain of salt on this stream up in here. But hopefully we can learn something about it, or even just not, maybe if we don't even learn anything about it, maybe it'll even just spark some questioning or maybe it sparks us to remember a verse or something like that, right? Anxiety is triggered by many things, including some physical conditions, depending on the disorder. Treating may involve self-help techniques, professional therapy, medication, or a combination. Obviously, prayer, reading God's word, and Christian fellowship will be important ingredients in overcoming social anxiety. These are all things in which every Christian should be engaged. But the fact that cognitive therapy is usually the best treatment for anxiety disorders reveals the battle is most often in the mind. The Bible teaches that Christians can control how they think and what they think because God has given us the Holy Spirit to teach us things. John 14:26-27. Most people never consider that they can control their thoughts to a great degree. But with practice, prayer, and help from God, the battle can be won, or at the very least, the anxiety can be made manageable. See Philippians 4:7. What does Philippians 4:7 say? Philippians 4:7 says, "And the peace of God, which surpasses all understanding, will guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus." I mean, I think that verse is very strange. It's so crazy that it says surpasses all understanding, right? The peace of God, right? I think most people, if I were to ask most people, would you guys want to be more at peace? Would anybody want to be less stressed out, less of these things that weigh upon the mind? Or even maybe not even that, because many times I think God sometimes also strengthens us, and sometimes if God at times needs to strengthen us up, sometimes we need to go through some heavy trials at times, right? But even just gaining fortitude upon all this stuff, right? We know God's plan for his children does not include a life of fear. 2 Timothy 1:7, what is it going to say? For God gave us a spirit not of fear, but of power and love and self-control. It's so weird. Remember we did a Bible study on this, and it has the word power. And that's so strange. It's so weird that they would use the word power, right? Just power. Just like, kind of interesting. What is this going to say up in here? Let's see here. Social anxiety is a specific type of anxiety disorder characterized by an unreasonable fear of being in public situations. Often the sufferer of social anxiety disorder believes other people are examining him with a critical and judgmental eye. Interesting. That is kind of weird, right? I'm wondering if social anxiety, there has to be I wonder if there's a new level of social anxiety. What if there's a level of technological social anxiety of when you post something, you're like, is everybody gonna like this? I put so much work in it and nobody likes it. And then you just feel like a failure or something like that. It's like, I know I felt that way a lot of times anyway, but okay, let's keep going. Or he might be afraid of doing something wrong or making a social mistake. Sufferers are extremely self-conscious and are in perpetual fear of embarrassing themselves because those with social anxiety are usually perfectionists. A helpful thing for them to learn is that no one is perfect except for Jesus Christ. 1 Peter 22. Western culture has bombarded people with the false idea that perfection can be attained if you look a certain way, own a certain thing, or have a certain career. Those who do not meet these standards are sometimes seen as or see themselves as less than or unworthy or of social merit. Man, that's actually a very, very interesting one. Now, I don't know if they are going to go into it. Now, the thing is there was this Christian book. I haven't actually brought this up in a while, but there was this Christian book that I read in Barnes & Noble. By the way, if any of you guys have a board, if you guys get bored or something, you guys should go to your local Barnes & Noble. I know the library is cool too. You guys can go to the library, but sometimes the library is a little less social. It's much more like people are to themselves and they're just like, I'm here to study, don't talk to me, it's like, so that, which some people like that. But what I've noticed is when you go to a Barnes & Noble, there's been many times where I'm in like the little Christian section, and then there's just some other believer there, and we just have this crazy conversation, right? Or you just, there's some spark of conversation starts, right? But there was this particular book in Barnes & Noble. I don't remember exactly which one. I know it was just some Christian book. I was just flipping through and read a chapter on coveting, right? and just the aspect of coveting and how it can actually hinder a lot of people, and also not only hinder a lot of people, comparisons can open the gateway, can open the comparisons, just us comparing our lives, or actually just anything, right? Can open the portal into envy and jealousy, and envy and jealousy left untouched can lead to coveting, right? And the thing about what is so detrimental about coveting is that coveting can lead people into feeling less than and unworthy. Is just almost like what this was going into right here, of like the lack of merit, right? And because of this, it can actually drain a person down so much to where they start using bad words upon their mind, and that can lead a person into sadness and depression. And what was also strange is this book was saying, right, it was another book actually that was bringing up, or actually it might have been the same one. Sometimes I get these ones mixed up, but I heard it somewhere where it was saying like anger and sadness, it can almost be like vice versa. And sometimes the most angry people were once the most saddest people. And sometimes the most saddest people can become the most angry people. And it's because it's like this, almost like this frustration that builds up where, and it's so strange that it can kind of like split off, right? And unfortunately, if we kind of go back down, a lot of it can be the stemming of coveting, coveting, right? It's like, it's such a simple commandment of like, oh, don't covet your neighbor's donkey or your ox or something like that, right? It's such a strange one, right? And what this book was saying is that it was saying that, as far as I can remember, is like, it was saying that they were hypothesizing that maybe coveting is the last commandment because it is a root commandment. It is a commandment that actually, if we look deeper into it, it sprinkles into all of the other commandments that start happening, and many, not only just many commandments, but many other sins that start emerging. Now, this is a little strange part of the book, but the weird thing about this book is it started going into modern society, right? Does envy and jealousy happen in our modern society, right? It happens so much, right? It started going into this weird thought, these weird thoughts of like how many times a lot of our modern society actually uses coveting to get people to buy products, to get people to feel less than, to get people to, just, it's so strange to think about that. And it's so strange. And it's actually sad. It's actually sad when you start looking deeper into it and you start noticing, wow, this could actually be getting a whole bunch of people to feel, like they're coveting and stuff like that, right? And I wish there was a way that we could just somehow heal all of people. I wish not just but I wish everybody could somehow be in the process of where you could help other people out of how do we heal people of envy and jealousy? I think that would be so cool. If that was a superpower, I think that would be really cool. Imagine if anybody that you met, whatever they were envious of, whatever they were jealous of, you could heal that person of, like, dude, and it's kind of weird because I was kind of thinking about the Lord Jesus Christ and seeing and thinking about how he came as the lowly, he came as the meek person, right? And it is kind of strange because what I did notice, especially when I was living in Long Beach, right, I would just meet so many of these homeless people, right? And it's weird because many times I specifically remember I got super frustrated and even angry, I would even say. And then I would look outside and there'd just be some homeless people out there, just joyful. And you're just like, what in the world, bro? I am sitting here, I'm angry, and there's these homeless people right out here and they're just joyful. It's just ridiculous, right? And you're like, and I started thinking, well, how would I be if I lost everything? It would be such an interesting thing. It'd be so interesting to observe imagine if we could observe everybody on the planet, just them losing everything, them totally becoming homeless, having to live out in the wilderness, right? It's a very interesting thing to think about, but also it really, when you kind of start looking deeper into it, you start realizing, wow, dude, there's so much in this life that we kind of take for granted, even just having water or food and stuff like this, and it's actually straight up just ridiculous to me thinking about it. But yeah, I think that'd be cool. I'm wondering if anybody out there, how would you guys heal envy and jealousy in a market-driven, consumer-based society, right? Because unfortunately, because we live in the economic churning wheel, the economy still needs to keep going, right? The economy still needs to go, right? But unfortunately, within the economic churning wheel, unfortunately, then we have these things that actually get people to covet, and sometimes these companies, on it, maybe not intentionally, but I'm pretty sure some of these companies actually start thinking a little bit deeper in the psychological mindset of how do we get people to covet things so they buy our products or something like that, right? It's very odd to think about, but I think it's something to be aware of. And it's kind of weird because it kind of reminded me of what I just read right here, right? Those who do not meet these standards are sometimes seen as or see themselves as less than, unworthy of social merit, right? It's kind of sad, actually. I wish we could just heal everybody about all that stuff, right? But let's keep going. The Bible tells us none of these things matter to God. He looks at the heart. 1 Samuel 16:7. Those who suffer from social anxiety should realize they are not perfect, and neither is anyone else. Romans 3:23. Rather than hold themselves to an unattainable standard to live as their own worst and constant critic, it behooves those suffering from SA, or social anxiety, to learn to accept forgiveness in Christ and look to his righteousness. Look up to societal standards is not what makes a person acceptable. Being a child of God is what matters. Man, isn't that interesting, right? And I think now, like, after I just read that, I think there is this level of influence by mere association that happens. Even just me just kind of going into many churches, right? Many churches at times, I mean, I understand why, right? A lot of people call it, let's dress our Sundays best. Let's dress our best. Let's try to, and I understand why people say that, right? It's because we want to give the best to the Lord. We want to give the best portions to the Lord. We want to give the first fruits to the Lord, right? I understand why people say that, right? But the thing is I've been in some very, very awkward situations. Like, I'm not even lying. Like, some straight up really awkward situations where I went into some churches and everybody's just like super clean, super nice, super well dressed. It felt kind of almost robotic, right? And then it was like almost like a straight paradox, because after I left the church service, I would ride my bike in the alleyways of the streets, and I'd meet a believer just out there and just wanting food or something like that, just completely tattered up, hasn't washed his clothes in months, doesn't even care about his clothes, doesn't even care about what he looks like. And you just go, what? And I was just flabbergasted. I'm just like, how can I go from meeting these believers here and then going into the alleyway and then meeting just these homeless believers that don't even care what they look like? They don't even care what they just want some peace of mind, a little bit, and it's just like, it felt like a strange, like, paradox of humanity right there. But I understand why, right? Because I think because many churches are in a more of a family-oriented setting, right? We kind of want to at least show up and maybe dress nice to show, maybe to kind of be a better role model to children, right? But the thing is that it is kind of odd to think, well, what if these very same homeless people all just came into your church? What would people think? They'd be like, what? It's just like so interesting. And then it's kind of weird because it kind of reminds me of like John the Baptist and how he like lived out in the wilderness and stuff, and also kind of reminds me of this part in James. I think there is this part in James where he says something like, if somebody comes in your church or something like that dressing not good clothes, it shouldn't even matter. They should have a seat as well, because everybody is called to come to repentance before Christ and stuff like that. And sometimes it even makes me think about Matthew 6 on, how Matthew 6, he goes, the Lord Jesus Christ goes, take no thought of how we dress, like consider the lilies of the field and all that stuff, right? But I understand why there is kind of the Sunday's best thing, and I think it's influenced by mere association, right? Especially if your congregants are all dressing nice, you're probably going to want to dress nice just because you don't want to stand out like a sore thumb like that, right? But I will say, if you kind of look around a little bit, sometimes it's not always the case, because I've met believers that don't even care what they dress like, brother. It's like it's like crazy. So yeah, it's an interesting paradox. I'm wondering if you guys have noticed that. I don't want to say either or is right. I understand why it happens. I think it's just influenced by mere association, right? But it's just something to think about. The Bible tells us none of these things matter to God. Okay, wait, I just read that entire paragraph right there. Holy moly, this is a long this is a somewhat long commentary. The principle of sowing and reaping. Oh man, I need to get like a chair or something in here. Like, I'm straight up singers down up on here trying to read these things. Okay, let's see here. The principle of sowing and reaping is found throughout the Bible, is active in our everyday lives. Galatians 6:7, Proverbs 11:18. Jesus said, "Judge not, and you will not be judged. Condemn not, and you will not be condemned. Forgive, and you will be forgiven." Luke 6:37. To the social anxiety sufferer, it appears everyone else seeks to judge him, or that everyone else is aware of his every flaw. This is often because he himself has a critical eye and has spent too much energy focused on the opinions of others. Because the social anxiety sufferer is critical of himself and hyper-aware of others, he assumes others have the same thinking. When we sow a forgiving, loving, merciful attitude toward others... Oh, I lost my place. Oh, there it is. I'm right up here. And my legs fall asleep. Ugh. Okay, let's keep going. We will reap the same. Luke 6:38. We need to sow this attitude toward ourselves too. When we learn to accept ourselves the way God has made us and look to Him alone for validation and forgiveness, we can be more comfortable in our own skin. The more comfortable we are simply be ourselves, the more comfortable we become socially and more winsome we are to others. We can also call on God in social situations as we learn to trust Him more and get to know Him better. We become more aware of His presence and can trust His Holy Spirit to carry us through challenging social encounters. I also want to say the other weird thing about like the whole dressing nice thing is I also kind of think that's kind of inherently how we as a society kind of are raised, right? Like, I mean, just think about all the brands we have of just clothing, you know, the really nice like Louis Vuitton or like these really nice suits that people wear. I mean, there's literally, you can get fired from your job if you do not dress a certain way sometimes, unfortunately. I would like to say that that's a little bit more lax nowadays, but I would like to say that there are many jobs where if you do not dress the way that they want you to dress, you are going to get fired. So I think that is another reason for why people take so much consideration on the perception of others, or how we are perceived, right? Because I guess many, you know, but then I guess I am kind of conflicted with many scriptures where, you know, how Jesus says we shouldn't take no thought of how we dress, right? Life is more important than, you know, our clothes and stuff like that, right? And it is strange to really think about that. I'm wondering what pastors think about that, right? Because I really don't know, right? It's like, sometimes I feel like God's word is like a little hard sometimes, because society is like this and we see society going like this and everybody's kind of like, okay, well, this is how society is just going to be run. But then there's some verses in the scriptures that I just go, man, like, how can we follow the worldly standards but also follow like God's standards without getting fired from our jobs or something like that? Or I really don't know, right? It's I guess that's the whole thing about the narrow road, is sometimes the narrow road can be a little challenging to go down, right? Let's keep going now. Many social anxiety sufferers have been victimized in the past by some sort of trauma or an overbearing, critical parent. Such incidents may lead us to develop certain attitudes about ourselves and others without even being aware of it. While the above tactics will be helpful for such people, it may also be important to give more focused effort to unmasking the attitudes we hold toward ourselves. When we know how to see ourselves, we can hold up to the light of God's truth and ask for his view. He can bring healing to trauma and truth to falsehoods. For those who experience extreme social anxiety, it may be beneficial to meet with a Christian counselor for help and healing. Ultimately, we can depend on the Holy Spirit to provide us in comfort in our pain, guide us into truth, John 14:25-27, 16:33, and produce his fruit in our lives. In our loves as well. I guess I said, this says lives, but I guess loves as well, because we are called to love each other, right? Galatians 5:22-23. Here's the last paragraph. Wow, this is actually I feel like this might be one of the longest got questions commentaries I've actually found. It's kind of strange. For those who struggle with social anxiety and extreme shyness, we encourage a biblical view of self. As believers, we are loved, Romans 5:8. We are accepted, Ephesians 1:6, and we are not condemned, Romans 8:1. Being secure in Christ, we have the freedom to reach out to others and love our neighbors as ourselves, Mark 12:23. Now, you know what's actually kind of strange about this? After reading this thing, right? I guess it does kind of, I guess awkwardness kind of goes in here, right, a little bit. I guess awkwardness, because, I mean, what even causes awkwardness? Is it, I think, I think if I peer deeper into it, is awkwardness caused by a societal, or maybe not societal, just a standard that is set? Imagine if there was just a standard imagine if just everybody was doing something a certain way, right? And then like you went and did something and you just stood out like a sore thumb. Well, that would probably make it a little awkward, right? So I guess, is it, but I in some weird ways, I'm wondering if there's this weird thing about awkwardness and being bold, right? Because we are called to be bold, right? But sometimes I feel I'm wondering if boldness and awkwardness can kind of go hand in hand, right? Because sometimes it is very awkward to kind of stand away from the pack, or kind of maybe go down the narrow road, or, you know, you see everybody doing this one thing and then you're just kind of doing something that you think is really strange, and you're like, well, why isn't everybody else doing it, right? I guess that could be kind of awkward, right? But I also think what's actually strange after reading this entire commentary on social anxiety, which I guess that's going to be the title of the stream one. How can a Christian overcome social anxiety? It is kind of odd that they didn't bring up fear, right? Because it is kind of weird. I mean, I guess they did kind of bring up fear very slightly, a little bit. They did kind of go into that a little bit in the commentary. But now that I think about it, there's so many verses on fear, you know. So I guess it would be the fear of others. Like, it's almost like, would we have more fear of what man thinks of us, or do we have the reverence of what God really thinks about us, even if, you know, these situations might be occurring or something like that? Kind of odd. Anyway, that's the Bible study. Hopefully we learned something. I think we learned something. Hopefully we learned something, you know. And hopefully, I think if there's anything, I wish that we could just heal more people. How do we heal people of things, right? Like, especially like envy and jealousy, yeah. Because I also, there's actually a pastor, he brought up this verse. Actually, I've been hearing many pastors bring it up, where it says, where envy and jealousy is, there will be like every vile practice or something like that. So I go, man, if that's really how it is, like how do we heal envy and jealousy, right? Like, it's like, I think it would be maybe, I don't know, right? How do we heal envy and jealousy in others? I mean, I guess it would be encouraging others, remembering where we came from, you know, maybe thinking that, you know, maybe even showing people how we kind of got to where we are at or something like that, and helping others get to that place. I don't know, right? I wonder what other believers would say. That's the question. If any of you guys have an answer to, leave it in the comment. Send me a message. Send it to other believers, because I feel like imagine if every believer, we could somehow heal envy and jealousy in anybody that we're meeting. I mean, that'd be so cool to do, right? Because that's the other problem, right? Sometimes, man, you know, that's kind of the other thing too. Man, today's such a weird one because that's another thing about envy and jealousy, right? Because, you know, we do live in this society where sometimes, you know, the more you work, you know, the higher position you're going to get. There has to be sometimes a boss or something at a company or something like that, or a leader or something like that, right? But then what happens if you're in that little position of being a leader or something like that, but then everybody's envious of you, right? Or everybody's like jealous of you. So then it's just like, how do you, and you know, it's like, it's weird. You know, it's like, what do you do in that situation? It's, I don't know, right? Huh. I mean, I guess it's just trying to remain humble, but I guess that's the other weird thing is how do we be humble if you are put in that situation, if you were a boss or a leader or something like that, huh? That's a good question. Because I feel like that's like some strange like societal norms that we're going through, and you know, it's actually odd to think about that. But anyway, I don't know how to answer that. I guess that's for more diving into God's word, and hopefully we'll learn more about that. I think it's just about humility though, right? And encouraging others and man, you're still in here, Legendary Frank? You just listened to my this entire strange Bible study, huh? How do you feel at the skate park when some kids are watching you and think you are a bike god? That's probably how. I mean, I don't know. I think the thing is that I ride flatland, right? So it's like, I'm gonna be flat out honest. Like a lot of kids, they don't even know what flatland is. It seems like it's just like, you know, that. Because like flatland isn't as mainstream as it used to be, right? Flatland used to be like everywhere. Every single team had a flatland rider. It was like at every event, which it should be at every event because, bro, you can learn this stuff everywhere, dude. Honestly, like I feel like, you know, I honestly feel like every single company should have. Here's my own opinion. I liked how the early BMX, like every company had a flat rider, right? Because the thing about the flat riders is like they're somewhat far and few between, right? But also the thing about flatland, bro, which is really cool, is you can just send them out. You can just send them out on a street, bro. They're gonna have fun, right? Whereas like if you're a park rider, you kind of need to bring a box jump. You need to bring a quarter pipe to have a show at a school or something like that, and that stuff costs a lot of money. It's not cheap to go and. Because you have to either have a trailer and have things that take those things out, so that just costs money and labor by itself. But the thing about flatland BMX is it's just like, bro, you could just, you know, even if it's a dirt road or something, bro, with brakes, I could still ride flatland. Maybe not do all my flatland tricks, but I could still do like a decade or some tail taps or, you know, something like on that on the flat ground and stuff like that. But it is kind of weird, I guess, now because I do feel a little odd, right? Because many kids that I meet, they're brakeless. Sometimes I feel like I'm so far removed from what like kids are into in some degree because they're kind of more about like, well, I'm trying to get a little bit more back into it. You know, they're kind of more into different riding styles and stuff like that, which I used to be into that as well. That's probably how it feels to be humble. I come and go like the wind. Can't wait for the card draw. Yeah, I know. That is what we're going to do right now. We're going to do a card draw. Which I actually think I have one card in my Bible. I do have a card. Look, I have one card in my Bible. I need to take it out. We have Intish Restoration. Let's put it back in here. Now, I guess that is kind of a cool thing. Maybe thinking about like being humble. Maybe if I start doing more like the vlogging things at the skate park, maybe I should try and get more of like, just like random, like, I don't know, like people that are just starting to ride BMX or something, right? So like, I think that might be kind of cool. Maybe that might help heal envy and jealousy. How can we include others? How can we help them out, right? That's actually a good idea, actually, now I think about it. Did you see I actually posted a new one today. It was actually from Saturday. So the video I just uploaded on YouTube was actually from Saturday. I edited it, and it was from last Saturday. I'm actually really digging those ones. That was from when I went to California. That actually the one, that was when I went to the One Love Jam. And yeah, that was actually a while back. It was like probably a year ago. Maybe not a year ago, maybe like 4 months ago. All right, let's do the card draw. Let's see what we draw. First card of the day. Ooh, sweet. Steward of Valoron. Every time I draw this card now, I just think about biblical stewardship. How can we steward what God has given us for His glory? I feel like that's the simplest biblical definition for biblical stewardship. I've been hearing some pastors, man, if you type in biblical stewardship on YouTube, dude, there's some pastors that are like going off now. Because basically they're saying like, dude, like, imagine if God really did give you everything that you have right now. And what if the Lord came to you and said, what are you trying to do with everything that I gave you? Like, it's like, man, I would be like, I don't even know if I'm doing it right? That would change a lot of people's perception on things. Enchantress Presence. Now, this is not a Bible verse, by the way, but I do like the flavor text that says, the wise learn from successes as well as mistakes. Interesting. I feel like that's a very good one for today. Number 3. We got a plains. Man, look at that plains. That's cool. Number 4. Oh, dude, sweet. Dude, I just found a combo. Sigiled Paladin. Dude, look at that thing. That thing looks insane. Bro, I just found a combo I've never thought of, bro. These guys have the same shield. Dude, I've never drawn this before. Look at this. Or I guess it's not the same shield. It looks... Dude, it is the same shield. Bro, I've never noticed that. That is so crazy, bro. Dude, I've looked at this artwork so many times. If I never drew that combo right there, I never would have even noticed that. Dude, that's so cool. I wonder, they had to have done that on purpose. That's very interesting. This one, I like this one too. This one almost like, looks like it has a cross right there on the castle. Now, I don't know if the artist did that for a reason, but it looks like there's a cross on that castle, huh? Right there. This one reminds me of Proverbs 28:1. The wicked flee, though no one pursue, but the righteous are as bold as a lion. Delight in art. Pretty close. It is kind of close, huh? We're doing good, man. I do like seeing the artwork on here. There's a lot of time that went on to these artworks. 1, 2, 3, 4. Number 5. Ooh, Elvish Visionary. I like the flavor text on Elvish Visionary. I always have to relay that this is not a Bible verse, by the way, but there are some with a Bible verse. From a tiny sprout, the greatest trees grow and flourish. May the seeds of your mind be equally fruitful. Which this is actually it's so funny reading that, because there was this pastor from Long Beach, and he said, I always remember what he said. He said, what do fruits do? Fruits are different from vegetables. How? Fruits produce seeds. And we are called to be fruitful as believers, right? 5. Oh, that's cool. A new card. Light of Hope. I like reading that right there. Ah, so that's why we plant seeds. Yeah, that is why we plant seeds, right? Because the seed is God's word. That's Luke 8:11. And so it's interesting, right? It's actually very interesting to think about that, right? Because when we go out, because if we think about the parable of the sower, right? What is the seed? The seed is God's word, right? And it's interesting because the Lord Jesus Christ likens the kingdom to people that go out and sow seeds out in the field. So when we sow God's word out, and it's not like you have to do a Bible study. It's not even like you have to, I mean, I honestly think sowing the seed could even be something like this. See, there's an in and out right here. Check this out. In and out has this thing right here. I honestly think that could be sowing a seed. You never know. How many people have looked at that and they're like, what is that? Wait a minute. And then they Googled it and they're like, oh, that's a Bible verse. That's strange. Okay, let's see here. So, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ooh. Speaking of planting seeds, we got Kestia the cultivator. The cultivator. And we're going to do our last draw on our Instagram, by the way. So let's open up our Instagram. The Lord is good. The Lord is good. Thank you for taking the time to spend. I honestly appreciate it that you're even taking the time to even write something down. That's really cool. Because you guys do not even need to be watching these streams, by the way. I'm just kind of here just practicing. That's what that verse says. I honestly, I didn't even, I've looked it up a long time ago, but I forgot which one that was. The Lord is a good stronghold in the day of trouble, and he knoweth them that trust in him. So I think, if memory serves me right, I think the owner person that runs In and Out, I think she said if you're homeless or something, and you're like Ernest or something like that, and you go into In and Out, they'll like give you a burger or something like that. I don't know if that's everywhere. I did see something that they said something like that. There's also this one. I know it's kind of funny that I still have this stuff, but I don't have In and Out in the state that I live in, so I've kept this because it has Bible verses on it. And see how this one says In and Out? They put this for look at because there's no Bible verse anywhere on here, right? And it's just so funny where they put the Bible verse. Look, they put the Bible verse right here. John 3:16. Isn't that awesome? Bro, why can't every company do this? That's all I'm saying. I honestly, I'm going to be flat out. I wish I could talk to the Lord right now. If there was just a portal that opened and the Lord just came out, I'd be like, Lord, why can't every company do something like this, Lord? Because it's really not that hard to do something like that. If anything, dude, that's so easy to do, bro. Not every company is Christian founded. Yeah, that's the thing, huh? Do you know any companies that do this? I know, I'm going to be honest, I can only name like 5 of them on my hand. It's Ezekiel Bread, Zero Skateboards, In and Out. I think someone said Forever 21. I don't know if that's a company still. And this company right here, MTG's done it. That's literally 5. I only know 5 companies that's ever even done it. That's ridiculous. There should be, it's so crazy that I literally have to think about companies that can even do that. It should be the complete opposite. There should be so many companies doing it where I can't even, I'm like, bro, look at them all. They're all doing it. They're all trying to plant God's word. But that ain't the case, huh? I'm going to do this card draw, though. Let's see here. Welcome, travelers, to the card draw of the day, where we get to observe some artwork. Today we drew Steward of Valoron, Enchantress Presence, Thames, Sigiled Paladin, Elvish Visionary, Light of Hope, Kestia the Cultivator, and for the last card of the day, we got Renewed Faith, painted by Steve. Wow, Steve Argel did this. Interesting. He's done a bunch of cards. And that's everybody. I guess I like this card. Oh, actually, we found a new combo right here. Check this out. Look at the shield on the Sigil Paladin, and then we got Steward of Valoron. Dude, I just found that out today. They have like the same shield. What the? Lion. Anyway, hope you guys have a good one. Try your best and have fun. Oh, let's see here. I think the eggs from Aladdis Friendly Farms put Psalms 118 on the inside of the egg carton. This is the day. Oh, interesting. Wow. So it's actually interesting as, you know, these cards that we have right here, they actually have put Bible verses on them. And I'll show you I actually have the cards with them. They only did like 4 or 5 cards with Bible verses on them, but this is actually one of those rare companies. Wow, strangely enough, the next one was. So here's one. They got Segovia and Leviathan. They put Leviathan 2, can you catch him with a fish hook or run a line around his tongue? Job 40:25. And then, let's see, there's not many of them, but I do have them. I think there's some that I don't have, though. Okay, oh, here's another one. Got Dirkwood boars, and the unclean spirits went out and entered the swine, and the herd ran violently. Mark 5:13. Where's the other one? Oh, we got this one is actually an apocryphal text, which is strange. It's not Ecclesiastes; it's actually Ecclesiasticus. Many are in high place and of renown, but mysteries are revealed unto the meek. Ecclesiasticus 3:19. That's, I guess, somewhat controversial because, you know, not everybody thinks that the Apocrypha is a part of main scripture, which I haven't even read the entire Apocrypha. And then they have this one, Knight Errant. Before honor is humility. Proverbs 15:33. Isn't that strange? And because of this, I always just like finding companies, or even video game, or not even video, any game now. Any game, anything. Anytime I even see a Bible verse on it, I'm just like, bro, that took some boldness to do, honestly. But the thing is, it's not that hard. Because I know I grew up on conceptart.org. I know some of these people that have done 3D modeling and texture design and concept art for video games and stuff like this. The thing is, bro, people don't realize how easy it is to place a Bible verse. Like literally every single mainline video game that we see right now, they could be putting the littlest Bible verse. And you know how long it would take? It would literally take maybe 5 minutes. You just go into any Bible verse, you take that Bible verse, you copy and paste it, boom. You put it on a texture map. You could literally share a verse to millions and millions of people. Now, I guess the question is why don't these companies want to do this, right? I guess that's for the Lord to decide, right? Because it's really not that hard to do, honestly. And if I could ask the Lord right now, I think that would be a question I would ask him. I'm wondering what the Lord even thinks about that. Being like, man, all it takes is 5 to 3 minutes to do this? Nobody wants to do it. Like, what in the world? But it's just controversial, I guess, right? That's generally why people don't do it. Anyway. I'm suspecting it's more fear-based, fear of what others will think or react. Yeah, that's probably a very big one, actually. It's also because I think it also has something to do with, I guess, markets, right? If we were to take a deep dive analysis on marketing, like general marketing, most major companies, right? If you really look into it, most major companies, they don't want to alienate anybody, right? They actually want to hit everybody. They want to hit secular society. They want to hit Christians. They want to hit every single religion. They want to hit everybody, right? And generally the companies that do that are the ones that thrive because they're not they don't step on anybody's toes, but also they appeal to everybody. They'll appeal to the Satanist, they'll appeal to the Christian, they'll appeal to anybody, they'll appeal to everybody, right? A good example of this would be social media right now. I mean, social media is such a good example, right? Social media doesn't want, they don't say, oh, well, we're believers, because that's generally probably why they don't want to say that, because then they're going to go, oh, well, this is going to alienate some of our market base or something like that, right? Kind of interesting, and no pastors have ever told me that. And now sometimes I feel like I'm in a pickle now, because now I'm kind of we're just sending it all to the Lord, I guess, and but it's okay, it's fun. But I think even like trying just a little bit, because I also think there's like subtle ways to do this, right? I actually have a graph. I don't have the graph with me. It's very confusing. I have thought analytically on why things are like this. And it's a lot more confusing than it really is. And it's basically just because of companies and corporations, right? And the alienation of markets and stuff like that. But then there's also subtle ways that companies do it. Say the Paladin, for example. I know I bring this up all the time. But it is strange that I meet so many believers that play Paladins, right? Even though if we were to even look at many of these Paladin classes, they don't have like a Bible verse or something. But they have the word like holy lights, holy armor, holy shield, devotion aura, like blessing of might, blessing of protection, blessing of consecration. They use these words that are just vaguely enough to capture the Christian audience, but just enough so where it doesn't pinpoint that it's Christian, right? And that's actually a very interesting thing with the media nowadays. And it's very interesting because it's many times I feel like, even in some cases, a lot of believers are actually kind of they're like, well, why is this company promoting this, or they're promoting this? But then it's like, what we should be thinking about too is, well, why aren't these companies even wanting to give God glory at all? It's like, many times we're quick to point out, oh, well, this company's promoting this, they're like this, they're promoting this ideology or something, but we don't put it on the other side of, well, why can't they give God glory? That's the whole funny thing, right? Which I don't know what to think about it, but it's probably best not to, maybe I guess I wouldn't say it's probably not. I think it's just something that I feel like more pastors should make sermons on. But anyway, we're gonna do a card drop. I mean, not card drop. We're gonna ride a bike now. And we're gonna drink some water. But I'd like to think we just give our first fruits to the Lord or something like that. There's some verse that says something like that, right? Of all our increase, let's just give our first fruits to the Lord. So, or seek first the kingdom of God. But I will say, I don't even know if I'm doing it right. Sorry. Excuse me. Now we're gonna do a biking string now. Okay, let's ride a bike now. Let's do this. I forgot, we can like change the angle. We can change the angle. Okie dokie. Let's put some music on. Yeah, my hair's not working. Did you? What about you need to turn the fan back on, Dad?
I'm using that outlet.
Oh, well, do you need another plug-in?
Well, the thing is, the plug that was down there that I used for these, no longer working.
Well, it's not working?
So when I plug it in up here, it's working.
All right, well, how can we turn the fan on then? And then you're just going to overheat your computer. There has to be one outlet right there that you don't have something on. Alright, let's do this, boys. Boys and girls, let's shred the way the tubes did.
No, it's running my motor.
What about if I get the outlet thing? Like a long outlet.
Alright.
All of those are filled
There's
up?
only two here.
Oh, there's only two.
There's one and two, there's three there. Definitely something else.
Let me go get the outlet thing. Here, I'll be right back, everybody. I'm going to take a little break. Oops. Try this one, Dad. I have this right here. This one has 3. So maybe if you plug one in, that'll give you 2 more. I think there's actually one out here too, somewhere. Let's see here. I thought there was one out here, maybe not. Bambina di Dulce. What's up? What you guys doing, huh? If you guys gotten your BMX bikes yet? I'm just kidding. You guys don't need a BMX bike. But yeah, if you guys, I will say it's really fun. You might be able to do some ministry on it or something. It's so strange on this stream that more people that don't even ride BMX bikes watch this stream than even BMX riders. I just find that so funny. Okay, ready? Let's pump our tires up. Pumping them to 8 bar, 80 PSI. It's the PSI I've been running lately. I know I should probably be running higher, but oh wow, I didn't even lose that much PSI. It's crazy. Blanket, blanket, blanket. What have you guys been doing lately? Aren't you an artist, Bambina? Have you been drawing? Remember, you could use the technique that I do for my drawings. Alright, what was I doing? I feel like this one's like hard because I have to be like out here. It's okay. Yeah, let's see. Oh yeah, I need to change the category.
My mantra is that every next level demands a different you.
Oh yeah, we can put a BMX video. I forgot. That's what we need to do. BMX video. It's pretty boring to watch me, I think. We're going to go to flat screen. We're going to push this to mute. We're going to go this to 360 pixels. We're going to make this smaller. We're going to put this on shuffle. And there we go. And then we go to the BMX video. The BMX video is huge. I'm going to make it smaller like that. We go to our image slideshow. Put this one over here. Make that smaller. And there we go, everybody. Now we could ride. All right, let's do this. What are we going to start with? I did draw a bit today, but still have to watch my wrist though. I'm sorry to hear that. Have you tried a wrist brace? Have you tried the collagen? You got collagen, wrist brace, wrist exercises. Probably watch every single video on YouTube if you can. I need to start getting into progression mode, so I'm probably going to start working on tricks that I'm like not going to land a lot. I need to push this up a little bit. I want to learn like double foot stuff, so. I've got a good wrist brace that pretty much stops me from moving it. Haven't tried collagen yet, but I need to start looking more into it. Yeah. Do you think it might be from typing? Because I also think how you type on a keyboard might be affecting it. Because I do know they make those keyboards that are kind of like this instead of like that. I also think if you're using a mouse too, if you're using a mouse, they have that like mouse pad with that little like gel thing right there. That might help. Okay, we'll practice that. I'm going to practice regular footage errors. I need to clean my tire. This tire is super dusty. That's neat. I had an ergonomic mouse, but I lent it to someone. Ah, I see. Yeah, I just look up YouTube videos too. Look up as many YouTube videos as you can on it, because that stuff can definitely. Because I feel like your wrist should be better by now, huh? Because I remember you said that a while back. Oh yeah, I forgot. This is another one I wanted to learn. I wanted to learn this writing. We're going to learn. That's hard. I really have to be consistent with it. I think that's my problem. I wish I had more information on it. Maybe even changing how you draw it too, because I also I draw like with my like that. You know, I don't actually draw on a flat table like that. I draw on an elevated surface. Trying to think of everything right now, huh? That does not seem fun. Oh yeah, I was going to change the category. Where are we going to? Remake Streets? I'm going to go Remake Streets. I'm trying to like think of more tricks on like how I can do a trick into a grind. Maybe I should start writing that thing more. But it's kind of like loud. I feel like a lot of people end up just leaving because it's so loud. I heard that if the space between your thumb and finger is small when drawing, that it puts more strain on the wrist. I've tried homemade pencil holder things, but I might just need an overall change the way I draw. You could even try. Were you drawing with like colored pencils and stuff? Like, because I know like, you know, like maybe you have to find like a softer material. Because maybe you don't want to like put a bunch of like strain. You know how like sometimes like if you're coloring with colored pencil. I actually remember when I was like when I would color with colored pencil. You know, like when you're pushing all hard, it would actually like that would actually cause my wrist to strain. So maybe using like something with a really soft pressure sensitivity. Maybe even learning how to draw with the brush. I think I have a new combo actually. It's just like regular pencils and pens, but I did notice with colored pencils, it was a lot of weight on my wrist. I actually recently saw something on Reddit the other day. I think it was like how Olympic gymnasts always have the wrists and they like do these exercises with the wrists. Maybe that might be something. Maybe you need to like strengthen up the muscles around your wrist. It's just like chill day for me. While I think about how I'm going to do this. I'm trying to think of like tricks that we could do in a drawing and out of a drawing. Oh yeah, backwards manual. That's one. Let's practice backwards manuals. I think about those. How awesome. I know this seems boring, but I'm gonna learn it again. So I remember that's how I learned it. That's funny. Thank you for the insight and help. No problem. Yeah, it sucks like not. It sucks just getting hurt, you know. Just feeling any sort of pain. I could offer any sort of healing advice, right? This is a pretty relaxing trick to just practice. I guess, what other tricks I have that can kind of some. The one that I guess I just was this one right here while I'm going backwards. That one's called a backwards manual. Let's see if I can get that right. Kind of hard to learn it in here. There's not enough space, but you kind of still can learn a bit of it. We got Brandon Vegan. Ooh, exo grind? I've never done an exo grind before. Exit 9. Oh my goodness, I feel like I need to be brakeless to do that. Yeah, I feel like I gotta be brakeless to do exit 9. Maybe not. Grind. I've never done one before. I think I might be doing my exit the wrong way, but just like chilling today. I'm gonna start. I need to start getting more in progression modes, so that's kind of what I'm aiming for now. So I want to learn more like backward, like just tricks I'm not good at. Let's go back into the backwards manual. Maybe 180 into it. I forgot he did a ham plant like that. Too slow on that. Is this copyright free? Oh, it is copyright free. This is a pretty crazy song right here. It's all over the place. I'm gonna open up the stream on the phone. See what it looks like. Oh, I wanted to learn that trick too, right there. Try not to do curators, so. I did too many curators. I need to put Courage Adams in the playlist. Right. That's who needs to be in the playlist, is reading Courage Adams. I don't even have him on the playlist. Like weird commas he's doing here. I've never really done a G turn right there. I'm wondering if I could go into a different comma from a G turn right there. Maybe. I'm going to do the G turn over here. That's kind of the weird thing about running this little area, is you have to kind of like, remember where you do certain tricks. Otherwise you'll run into a wall and stuff. And I'm like on level 1 with a lot of these tricks. Like G-turn and like backwards manual, I feel like I'm like level 1 right here. We're starting from the bottom. Maybe not total bottom, but we're not leveled up in those tricks that much. Oh, it's not copyright free. Is copyright free? It's copyright free. Come on. There's like barely any room to do a G-turn in here. There is a way to do a G-turn to a grind. How do they do it? I think they do it like this. So that means I'm going to have to slowly get closer and closer to the light. I'm gonna have to do it like right here. I don't even know if I could I'm gonna have to like start up over here to even get into it. Start up over on this curve. That's how you do it. Crazy. I'm stoked. Okay, I see how they're doing it now. G-turn to switch Smith. I saw someone do like a G-turn to switch Smith to like backwards manual, like fakie ice pick or something. We'll start up above the curve, everybody. There's a tight room right here. Black gap, black gap, black gap. This is actually kind of fun. This is a whole new line. We figured out a new line, everybody. A G-turn right at that corner right there, I'm pretty sure. That's actually kind of weird. It's just weird because there's not enough room in here. Well, I guess there is enough room. Just gotta do the G-turn good. That'd be a good combo though. G-turn, switch Smith into something. thing too. I put wheels on that thing the other day, like a month ago. Break his ice picks on that. Maybe I should wax it a little bit. Did I put my wax back in here? I really hope I did. Let's see. Oh, I don't know if I did. No, no, I didn't. We got our wax. I feel like the grinding's really loud, but I don't know. That's why I don't really grind in here. But I need to start doing it more, honestly. Just get used to it. And if the viewers don't like it, then oh well, the sound's gonna be there anyway, because I can't make it not loud at the moment. I did want to learn ice to switch like 90. I've never done one. It's actually weird to say, but I've never done that. Ice switch 90. I'm bad at grinds, by the way. I'm not very good at picking irons. Seems easy, but it's really hard for me. I could already do the feeble one. I'm trying to ice pick. Oh, that was it actually. Like a nose bonk thing. I wish there was just a little bit more room back there, where I could just like ice the entire thing. Oh yeah, I forgot. There's also like fakey half cab grinds. Shout out to Empathy for Insects. This guy streamed right here. That's nice. Yes, that's why I like flat light. It's kind of quiet. Or we could do a steamroller grind. We gotta do that. another empathy for insects video. This guy streams. Let me shout this guy out. Shout out empathy for insects. Everybody, this writer right here. This writer right here. He streams. His name's Empathy for Insects. You guys can give him a follow. He plays MTG. Is this still on copyright free? I'm pretty sure it is. Yep. This song is still copyright free. I haven't aired the quarter pipe in a long time. Let's try this. How do I put this down? It's in the way. Hopefully I don't mess my knee up. I will say I have not done this before time. That's why I have a hole in the quarter pipe. We need to freaking patch this thing up. A freaking hole in the quarter pipe, I think. Need another piece of wood right here. What are we going to do, everybody? How am I going to fix this? I need to find a long piece of wood. I know one. This one's down here. There it is. There's one behind here. Okay, we got one. Honestly, I should just remake this quarter pipe. There's a hole right here. That's why I stopped airing out of this thing. Now I'm thinking what I can do maybe is if I just put a piece of wood right here. What do you guys think? Will that fix it? Yay, nay. Yay, nay, and a bottle of hay.
Insects without chemical insecticides. So, no matter what the day picks up for you.
Now I'm thinking if I cut this piece of wood right here. I'm wondering if this will give it enough stability. Because I freaking cracked a hole right there. There needs to actually be some support right there, huh? Maybe what I should do is I should just... Should I just move this? And just... Maybe I could just move it and then make a stability thing right there, because I feel like it's losing stability right there. And I have to move so much stuff to take this out. Way too much. I think I'm just gonna bolt something on here. I don't want to like do all the other stuff. It's just gonna take too long. Let's see here. I'm kind of scared if I put that one right there, it's just gonna do it all over again. But maybe not. Oh, you know what? It's probably it's because this is kind of goes. Oh no, that's why this thing cracked right here. I'm gonna have to put a stabilizer in the back. Let's just take this out. This is why I don't ride this thing too much. It's all janky. Okay, move this out. Fix this quarter pipe. There's so much stuff over here. So much clutter over here. I've got to organize this, I guess. I have to organize this, everybody. Got a graveyard over here of stuff. Now we're finally fixing this thing. I guess it's about time. I'm gonna clean that back in this real quick. Or I guess might as well do it after. I gotta fix that side. This quarter pipe is janky up in here. Should have just cheered this thing. I'm kind of wondering if I can make it steeper. There's probably no way I can make it steeper. I need to fix this side though. Here. This is the problem. This thing keeps unplugging on me for some reason. Move that thing over there. Okay, see this board? Got messed up, it got cracked. I gotta somehow fix this thing. How are we gonna do this? You know what I might have to do? I might have to like unscrew this one out and then screw it a little bit deeper in, and then we'll just countersink, just like change it up or something. How am I gonna do this? Darn, this thing's so hard to get a good angle. I don't know like how to like set this up to where you can get it all in here. So we're going to take this screw out. Take this one out. I think the screw's all messed up. Oh, I bent it. I know what we're going to do. We're going to take it. So I think now if I screw it down right here, I think it'll be better. Let's try it. We're also going to reinforce that. We're going to put a little wood thing right there. Just a janky little wood thing. reinforce it with this. I think that would actually give it a little bit more support. So let's try it. I'll take this, I'm not even gonna measure anything out. We're just gonna go like this. Cut this up just like this. Now let's bring it over here. This thing's not good to film with. I don't know how to get like the angles. Oh, screw it. This. Cut this off. Oh, is this even working? We got our Lego piece. Over here again. Yeah, the saw is pretty fast. So now we have our Lego piece. And I think just like that. Now I have to find some screws. I think the screws that we're going to be using are, what are these ones. We're also going to be drilling a little pivot, I don't know what it's called, a sinkhole or pivot hole thing. And then we put this thing on. I actually think I might lock that in place with this. So we're going to use these to just clamp it in place. Just like that. Whoa, perfect. Look at that. Now what we're going to do is we're going to drill this in here. Right up in here. Maybe I should get a different view of this thing. Fixing the quarter pipe, everybody. You guys have been wondering why I don't really ride this thing that much. First off, it's just really hard to ride in here, but also it's just kind of broken, so. Oh, this is cool. Now we have a whole bunch of different options to film. We're changing up the perspective, everybody. There we go. Perfect. So now what we're going to do, I think this one's going to fit in here. So, Okay, so now, I think that screw might actually be a little bit too big. I actually might have to just use one. We're just going to drill a little this right here. Good job. What? That did not work. Thought that thing would actually hold it, but guess not. You just have to hold it a little bit. This thing on here. Put this thing right here. Oops. Come on, buddy. There we go. We have our janky support here. The support has been made, everybody. There we go. Because I cracked this board right here. Instead of just taking this entire board out, we're just going to stabilize the back of this thing. Which I think is going to work now. So then what I have to do is now we're going to have to drill the hole. Actually, I think I'm just going to drill an entire new hole. Instead of using these two ones right here, I think we're gonna put one right there. Take this screw. This one back on. Dude, I think I fixed it. I think I should put another support. Maybe I should drill another one in there. I think it'll get cracked again. Maybe not, I don't know, because I have this thing on there now. I think it should be stabilized enough to hold it. What do you guys think? I don't know how many screws an actual quarter pipe actually runs. I actually got this quarter pipe from the skate park. If you guys can, it's actually crazy. I actually found this thing was broken to oblivion. So if you guys can notice, this sector of this, I literally got this from the skate park right here. People just broke it up. They're about to throw it. The city was about to throw it away, right? I cracked it. I broke the rest of it off. I basically broke this half pipe or this quarter pipe in half and threw it in my car. So this entire quarter pipe actually fit in my car, and I had to break it in half to get it into the car. But we actually made it, and then I actually remade the entire thing. Okay, so now I think what we're going to do is we're going to put a new piece of wood on the top of that one. Actually, I need to move this. Move this up in here. Yeah, that's a pretty good angle. Okay, so now we're gonna do. It's pretty sturdy. Let's see if it's sturdy now. Oh, shnikey, it's still janky. Wait a minute. Oh, it's like I didn't even fix it. Like that's the. It's like I feel like I need to put another little support right up in there. There's like a hole right there. Oh, it's right here. Oh. I'm just gonna make another support thing. Maybe I should just put an entire new support just like that. Maybe that's what I should do. It doesn't fit all the way. It'll be kind of janky. I don't know if I have any pieces of wood that'll fit over there. I'm gonna have to just jankify this thing. Sure, which one? I probably should just do another support in there. I think what we're gonna do is we're just gonna like make something like this. Just like fold it up a little bit. And just like that. That might actually work just like that. That actually might just work if I just hammer that in there and then we just drill in there. Let's actually just do that. Now maybe I can put this janky one right here. Just drill it all over. Man, this thing is janky, dude. Oh well. I'm like trying to fix this board that's cracked and. Okay, we're gonna do that and then we're just gonna drill this one right here. Jerry rigging this thing. Oh wait, I have this piece of wood. Just cut this. Right. Lego piece. Why doesn't it fit right there? What the? Thing actually might work. Alright, let's put this thing on. Hopefully this works. I think it might. Now we support this thing. Hopefully. Okay, so now we're going to put that new piece of wood up here. Support. Oh, here it is, right here. Oh, it worked. I think it worked. So I'm going to put a new piece of wood right here because this one's all broken. Like that. Oh, maybe I shouldn't do that. Huh. Maybe that support is all I need. Maybe I don't need to put this piece of wood right here. Maybe if I actually think that just might have fixed it right there. Maybe just to like be sure, I might just drill one right there. What else do we God, where'd that little thing go? It didn't sink in there anymore, so it's a little janky, but it's still, I guess it's way better than it was, so I think we might have fixed it. A little janky, probably not ideal if you're, you know, going to be doing some flares or something. That if you did one flare in this, I think this entire thing would probably break. I'm just letting you guys know that, but I don't really do that kind of stuff, so right now we're gonna sweep up. It's really dirty over there. And I need to go get the sweeping thing into the car. I'll be right back. Now we're going to clean all this stuff up with this thing. I use this thing a lot. I also bring this to the skate park. Yeah, bowls. And you know what? I should maybe put some wheels on this thing. Make it movable. Push it back in place. Is that how it was? Put this one back on. By the way, I have this just randomly attached up here. That's it. This up. Okay. I feel like I had it differently. I did have it different. I had it a little bit more like that, didn't I?
janky over two. You need one on each side. Because if you hit here, it's going to put a lot of stress on the board.
I know, dude.
Hey, there's 2x4s, 2x6s.
I know, but they don't fit over there because I have to have a long stake in the back. That's the only way I could get it to work. I've tried a lot of methods.
Okay, well, what I'm saying is if you hit here, here twist. And that may cause a
That's why
problem.
I'm gonna drill it at the top. I have it reinforced in the back. That's how it was earlier.
Okay.
See, I told you.
That goes all the way back through the
Yeah,
wall.
yeah, I told you.
Is it sitting on a stud or is it just falling?
No, see, it's that big. That's that big. I have that big stake in the back holding it up.
I see that, but what's holding this side?
I'm just gonna drill it at the top, and then it's just by force. It just stays up in there because of the screw. I've already tried it. It looks kind of janky. It is janky, but unless you
Well, what I'm concerned about is you've got a piece of drywall back here.
I know. It's just the thing is that's why I have that stake right there.
And you've got this piece right here back against the...
Yeah, I know, but that's how it was this whole time.
And it hasn't cracked the drywall?
No.
I'm just worried about you. I'm worried about you punching a hole in the wall.
My bad.
That's why I'm asking you questions. Because if you punch a hole through that, you're going to go through the siding, and then it's a real kind of fix.
Yeah. I know this quarter pipe's just super janky, but
Did I tell you that was that plug out down there that was causing the trouble?
yeah. Yeah, this quarter pipe is janky. I should just probably. I don't know how else I could do it, honestly. Unless you wanted me to just.
Well, my concern is you're hitting with a lot of force.
I don't know, but I don't know how else. Unless I put that stake. Do you have any? I don't know how else I would do it. It's just.
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is,
What other option do you want me to do?
you hit something and it hits the wall, it's just,
Yeah, but I have that long stake. That stake's all the way to the ground, and it's reinforced by a concrete brick down there.
but what I'm saying is that if you twist, if you're hitting over here, and you've got a 2 by something
Yeah.
going back against the
I don't think it'll do that.
Well, let's just put it this way. It's going to be pretty expensive if you got to redo the outside wall.
I know. I mean, it's been like that this entire time.
Yeah, but you haven't been hitting, you haven't been doing a lot there.
I know.
Not with it up like that.
Well, it's been up like that this entire time, though. I don't have enough wood to make some sort of crazy... I mean, I guess maybe I do, but...
This right here will probably work better.
I'm going to make a box out of that thing.
What I'm trying to do is prevent more damage to the house.
All these ramps are pretty janky up in here. I mean, I've kind of had to just jumble wood together. All this is scrap wood from the neighbor. He gave us all this wood. Remember, because he's a carpenter?
Yeah, there's a whole bunch in the backyard rotting away.
So, this is basically all just the scrap wood that we've just kind of concocted. I mean, it's been like that the entire time that it didn't move. I've been riding that thing.
And with this pile of trash here, if you go this way falling, you're in trouble.
I'm not trying to move all this stuff.
Okay. Well, I'm responding to what I'm seeing.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to reinforce this thing up here, and it'll be all good. So I just reinforce it right here. All good.
As hard as the size that you're trying to drill, use the bigger drill.
Where is the bigger drill? That one doesn't... I have to have a cable for that one. This one's stronger because it's the impact drill.
There's a big drill around here somewhere.
Yeah, this is the impact drill right
No. There's a drill this size that runs on batteries. Somewhere.
Is it this one?
This one's for drill.
But I can do the drilling with this one.
But you can undo this and put that bit in here and have it down at a low speed.
So I already did that.
It's not all the way in. What happens if you happen to get some of your clothes on that?
It's pretty far up there.
And you start falling, and it rips the clothes and rips the rips through the knee.
It's all good.
I understand it's a very low chance, but you don't really need to have a big scar on whatever.
That's all good. My bad, Dad.
No, what I'm trying to do is instill some safety.
I know. That's why I don't even roller dog this thing. Oh, well, doesn't
Because
matter.
I did some really dangerous work in places like Korea climbing towers. And if I'd have been as careless as what you are here, I wouldn't be here. Yes, more than once I have fallen. Which is part of the reason I had all these medical problems.
Here, I'll try and reinforce it somewhere, alright? I guess it's here.
What they're what I paid for that Mercedes, brand new. Okay. Since you were doing all this, I figured you were not on the phone. Or on
It's all good, that matters. Oh, I should have worked on this thing. I guess it's true, Mickey. I shouldn't have worked on this thing. I made too much noise. Thank you. Let's see here. Gonna head out? Have a good one. Have a good one.
What do you think it tastes like? Magic. I think it tastes like sweet, savory.
All right. Alright, let's see if this thing works. We fixed the quarter pipe. The janky quarter pipe is fixed. Let's see if we can air it out now. Let's see if it's sturdy. It's sturdy. Some kind of banked up there. It's just super hard to write anything. What does it look like up in here? It was just that little corner right there that was messed up. Okay, there we go. It's fixed. It's fixed. We can like air it out a little bit. Now again. It is kind of janky, but I can feel it just moving. shouldn't be as solid now, I think. Probably as solid as this janky cord can get. Yeah, that thing's pretty solid, man. It looks janky, but it's solid, alright? Am I still in BMX Streets? I think I might be. It's kind of funny that you can just air this thing in here. Man, all that work for... I barely even ride this thing, honestly. All that work for me to... I guess it's okay. Because I barely even ride that quarter. It's just hard to ride in here. I don't ride that thing in here too much. I feel like that thing's like back to normal. Probably do that too. I didn't move this thing back. Maybe it's better that way. We're pretty close. Try not to do sherry though. We got a new one. Oh, it's so much more stable now. And go up, hang 5, making hang 5, back to that one. Oh, I wonder if we could do that to crank low. Oh, you can. Be kind of cool. My bad, Dad. I should have made it more sturdy. I made it sturdy now. It's pretty good now. But when you saw it, it was kind of janky. Chem Spook. Thanks, dude. And I just spent so much time fixing this corp. I don't even ride it that much. Oh well. I needed to fix it anyway, so it was a project that needed to be done, even though I barely ride this thing in here. Maybe there's a new combo we got in here, though. We're going to do that kickflip, fakie, half cab, a biblica half cab. I haven't done this one before, so I'm pretty sick. Weird. Can't do it. There is just a no-hander one. I'm wondering, like, what other stuff you can do on this thing. I know some guys can do some novice stuff, but I really don't have much to do on here, I'm gonna be honest. I can do this one. Hang fire everything. Oh, those did it. What the? Oh, that was it. I've actually never done that one where I hang five that one. Peace. OTV. Peace. Come on. So close. That one's messing me up. I'm not used to hang fiving on that thing. This one's easy because, like, you just get into it and it's just whoop. That one's like weird. You gotta like lean a little higher because it's all steep. Oh, gosh. So we're gonna have to cross this way. Peace. Man, you go like so slow from that thing. It's weird that I haven't done this line. Jeez. speed. Darn. We were so close. I was about to flip over on that thing. Almost straight up almost head dived right in that freaking thing. Okay, we gotta do one circle. Maybe if I pump the ramp a little bit. You get one circle and then another circle. That's so hard. You have to like go from like a super slow hang five and just straight up just carve to that thing. That's actually kind of challenging. Oh, dead, darn it. That thing's so steep, it's hard to like get on there. Try and do this for like 180. Oh, I'm trying to. Not like that matter, but I'm sure me out. Oh, dude, there's actually another line in here. Peace. Speed. Man, that thing's kind of hard. It's just that turn you gotta make. You gotta make such an abrupt, slow turn right there. It's not impossible. We almost did it, so. I need to actually zoom this out a little bit. That'll catch it more. Lady C Lurk. Thank you, everybody. We're riding our bike. Time to give glory to the Lord. This combo right here is it's weird. I've never thought to do, because normally I do the hang five right here and then I just go back to the quarter pipe. I've never thought to do the hang five into that thing over there. Darn. You gotta like kind of like carve it out a little bit. So if you don't catch that quarter pipe, it kind of like throws you a little bit more like this instead of like that. hard. Look at it. Oh well. But yeah, it's for a different day. That one got me. I can't help the idea it today. It's gonna be one of those lines where I'm just gonna have to keep tinkering out with it. Let's do the Joel Shellhorn. Let's see if we get a no-hander at least in here. I think it's something we should do. No, I haven't even landed a single line today, I don't think. Alright. I guess we're in more like learning mode, so. We're in learning mode. I guess we don't really land too much stuff, I guess. Well, we can land something at least. Let's see here. What about, okay, we got one. We're gonna do that fakey foot jam no-hander. That might be kind of cool. I haven't done that one yet. Those are fun. Dude, that's a new combo right there. There's some weird combos up in here, everybody. There's a gnarly skate park right here. Welcome to the garage skate park. Let's get a different angle on that. Different angle. Ow. Like that. What's that called? Maybe we should put a light on it. Well, those are just so cheesy, but it's fun. The light doesn't really work right there, huh? Oh, I forgot it works like that. We could just, dude, those lights are cool because you can just hang them up. Close, but no cigar. It. I need to push it back just a little bit. Oh, I can't win this. I should change the angle again, huh? I should put this up more. Is that better? Let's dance for the Lord. The Lord has turned my mourning into dancing. I think I was wearing armor. It would have hurt a lot more if I wasn't wearing armor. But it got me where I didn't have armor. Gotta be chill. We're trying no-hander, fakie, half cab, foot jam, no-hander. You can do that hard, but kind of weird. I've never done this combo before. Come on. I get that. Just gotta get slow at it, that's all it is. Alright. Man, you just gotta get everything just at the right time, that's all it is. Just right speed, right time. And that's as simple as that. Darn. I didn't throw my hands off, I hesitated. I also kind of like didn't really ride into the half cab. How are we going to do this, everybody? We could do a gerator, but I've already done that line too many times, so. No frustration. Man, that thing's kind of hard. I think it's just the half cab foot jam. That just doesn't make sense, right? That's just a trick you don't do. What other half cab tricks are there? What about kickflip? No, we've already done that. Might as well do that, huh? That'll make it way easier. Ooh, we haven't done that in a while. Let's see if we can do like a doubler. Oh, it's way easier. That was the only line I learned today, I think. Yay. Literally just like try these lines and they just don't work. Some of these lines just don't work. Okay, we're gonna save this as a clip. So we're gonna go to Stream Manager. We'll click this. And this is how we get our clips, everybody, right here. Just boom. Yeah, I'm kind of tired. Let's do another one just in case. Well, one clip all day today. That's kind of gnarly. Oh well, at least we landed something. We gotta be grateful we landed something. I guess we'll go draw now. We're tired. This is the bike head. Put your bike like that, and you lay down. Look at this. What should we have? This. And you just lay down, and you can stretch your back out too. Looks like a foam roller. A bike foam roller. Pop my back so tight. Okay. Let's go draw. Oh, there's a beetle. Fire right there. What time is it? Oh, it's only 8? It's a pretty good time then. Why am I so tired today? Oh, I haven't been drinking water. I'm freaking dehydrated. No. That's why I'm tired. Darn. We haven't been drinking water. Let us sow seeds apiece, everybody. Sow the seeds. Let us plant God's word into the fields of people's hearts. Even if you don't know if you're doing it right. You could just go Matthew 6:33, Matthew 13:24, Luke 8:11, John 1:1. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He leads me in paths. Wait, let's see here. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He leads me beside still waters. He restores my soul. He leads me in paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. My cup overflows. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I shall dwell in the house of the Lord forever. I think I messed up the first part. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He leads me beside still waters. I think I'm missing a green pastures verse. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He leads me in green pastures. I don't even remember it. Okay, let's go draw. Dad, you want to look at the quarter pipe? It's pretty solid now. I fixed the hole. I fixed the screw. I fixed the screw, Dad. Give it a little hurdle. I sinked it in there. I drilled a hole and then I sinked it all the way through. What do you think now?
I just don't want a hole in the wall, that's all. That's why I'm trying to be very careful. Well, I guess we better take a chance, huh?
Well, it's been that way this entire time. I actually made it more sturdy now. You fix your computer?
I'm getting there. Problem is, a lot of those email addresses I finally got working because they changed the computer. I don't have some of the files I need to use those anymore.
There you go, draw. Let's go draw a drawing. We're gonna draw a character. Let's play BMX Bible Adventures, everybody. BMX Bible Adventures. This is funny. Now emerging, a new kind of RPG game that tests your abilities to fulfill the Great Commission. Alright, I'm going to take a little break. I need to set everything up here. And then we will draw a quick, or hopefully a quick drawing. I'm going to try and speed these things up. Let's just change to art now. Okay, let's make the BMX studio bigger. Just like this. Squirrel! Squirrel! Squirrels are peaceful creatures. What am I going to do? Oh yeah, now we're going to push this one over here. Oh yeah, I forgot to add the chat too. Oh, let's actually just put the break sign up. Break sign. I'm gonna put. I'll just watch this right now. And let me push this out like so. That. Where's our plastic thing? Here's our plastic device. Put that thing on there. Push this down here. Push this over here. Boom, we got our drawing. I'm gonna go wash my face because I've been sweating all day, so. Let's see if I can find like a BMX video that's, or like, I guess we'll just watch a ski video. What BMX rider post stuff that's copyright free? Good question. I think most of them do. But generally now I've been looking at a lot of them, they put like a copyrighted sign there. Let's see here. I guess we'll watch Dan Corrigan. I just know that this guy just always just doesn't copyright his stuff and stuff up in here. Let's see here. Let's go to his videos. I'm gonna just put on one that I have not watched. Consumed by him. Holy chabongo! What are you guys doing? Man, you're always ready to be consumed. Thank you for that, dude. I really appreciate that. Thank you for even taking the time to even look. I mean, that's it's pretty crazy to even think that someone would even take the time to even stop by. Oh man. I hope your stream was good, and I hope God has been giving you more encouragement and edifications, and that we may learn more of how to encourage others. I'm going to be right back real quick, just because I'm going to wash my face. I'll literally be back in like 2 minutes. I just got to wash my face real quick. I'm going to put the skating video on, and then I'm going to draw pictures, so I will be right back. gonna draw now. We had a wonderful stream indeed. Thank you. Always a pleasure to see you. We chatted, had our Bible study, played some college football, Arno 1000, and ended with prayer. God is good. That is amazing. I hope more of you guys get encouraged to stream, because I feel like wherever you're at, you can be a light on somebody. Hopefully, right? If not, you could just practice shining our lights, right? Or practicing trying to sow seeds of faith. And I think that's the coolest thing about it. And it's cool that we can fellowship with other believers. Okay, got our paper. The character we did last time was kind of cringy, I ain't gonna lie. That one was cringy last time we did one. Just then, turn this down a little bit. Oh yeah, we could put some music on. That's what we should do. Push this to the side just a tad. Now, what kind of... I think we're just going to do an armor of God. Lately I've been going like shepherd, armor of God, shepherd, hobbit, armor of God. I guess we could do like goth. Yeah, I mean, maybe we could go like goth today. Let's go into like... put on our goth playlist then. Glory be to the Lord of Lords and the King of Kings, the Lord Jesus Christ. Put our text. We're going to put our chat. There we go. Oh, the chat seems smaller today. Oh, wait, no, that's why. All right, open this. Put this right here. I'm going to turn that down. Turn this one up. Oh, where's my pencil at? There it is. Okay, so these are the materials that we're using. We are using you can get most of these materials at your local Walmart. We're using computer paper, and we're using this Papermate break resistant 0.5 pencil. This one's very nice because this one has a shock absorber in it. And this one's actually been speeding up the process. Now, the only thing that you cannot, unfortunately, get at Walmart is this. It's actually an eraser. This is actually a mechanical eraser, kind of like an X-Acto eraser. This one's called the Mono Zero Elastomer Eraser by Tombow. Now, it's actually interesting about this company, Tombow, is I guess they've been known for many, many decades. Maybe I would like to say decades. I'm actually not too sure on that. But they make like weird pens and all sorts of strange like pens and stuff like that. Hydrate. I do need to hydrate. Thank you for that. Yummy. Have you been meeting a bunch of believers consumed by him? What's your favorite verse consumed? I'm actually curious. Or like, maybe not favorite verse. What's the very first verse you remember memorizing? That might be the question, huh? Let's see here. How should we do this, everybody? Let's do a little thumbnail. Taking this piece of paper. A bunch of drawings on here. Let's actually just do a new piece of paper. Push it right down here. Like so. I'm gonna try and keep these even now. I try not to waste as much paper because I feel like I've been unfortunately wasting a little bit too much paper lately. Okay, so we're gonna try and draw a thumbnail right here. Right over here. And I think what I'm gonna start doing is I'm just gonna start thumbnail, 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 and keep them somewhat even. I kind of want to like make like a floating like, let's see here. Let's just work on our little thumbnail in here. So we're gonna do our line of action. Let me zoom this in real quick. Now the thumbnails are actually somewhat pretty important depending on who you meet, but a lot of artists do tend to make these little thumbnails. Some do them in a variety of different fashions and some execute them much differently than others. But we're starting with our head, and now we're just gonna roughly build up this figure, which we've done so many poses like this, right? But this is just kind of making sure it all fits on the page. So we're gonna 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7.5. Now this is just the way that I've been taught, by the way. There's a lot of artists, they don't even do any of this stuff, right? There's some artists, they go straight into inking, which is pretty wild to think that they have the confidence just to go straight into it, right? I'm off to bed, brother. It's 10:30. Thank you for being such a shining light. Oh, thank you, man. Have a good one, Consumed. Keep trying your best and have fun. Now, here is the question is, how are we going to draw this? So let's just, I just go with it. I'll draw a goth check. 1, 2, 3, 4. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.5. End of the kneecaps. Let me turn this down. Hopefully build this thing up. Let's see here. I'm gonna try and do Armor of God, Goth, Chick, Knight. Now I know sometimes when I've been doing these, I do kind of make the sword a little bit abrasive. So I'm trying to think, how can I draw it without looking as gnarly? So what we're gonna do now is, since I don't really know what I'm gonna do with the arms, we're switching to this pencil so we can quickly change and erase and experiment while we think what we are going to do on this one. Lately I have been doing them holding the book. I don't know if I should do it. I wonder if I should do it that one for this one, but I guess we could just do a shield. Shield. I kind of do want to just... I wonder what would happen if I just did the sword like this. I feel like when I do the sword like that, I get comments saying I should... I get comments when I do the sword like that. It's so weird. Isn't it so strange that if I draw a sword just like that, people think that I'm like promoting violence or something like that, right? It's just so strange. I'm just like, okay, well, if this offends people, just having the sword out like that, it's like, Okay, I mean, I understand what they're coming from, because it does look like it's very like they're ready to attack or something. So, since I've gotten critiques on that, which that doesn't even seem that gnarly to have the sword like that, right? Like, it's not even that crazy. Maybe she could be holding like a big cross. Good thing we did it with this pencil because it's easy to erase. So we have the shield right here. How are we gonna do the book? I guess maybe let's just experiment. I guess we could just even have it like this. I feel like this one doesn't seem as gnarly. It still looks kind of gnarly, I feel like. Having the sword behind. How do we do this, everybody? I might just even have her just have a giant cross. That might be kind of gnarly, huh? Like, what if we just did like... This one might be kind of cool. Yeah, we might do something like that. Yeah, I think this one might be kind of cool. Like I have the book, the Bible right here. Okay, put a bicycle. Now, which side should we have the bicycle? And probably on this side, huh? Okay, I think this might be it, everybody. She's gonna be. Now I'm kind of curious. Am I gonna stick with this, right? I guess I should just try and stick with it, and then we'll have the verse right here. Right there. Well, I think we're gonna commit to it, everybody. I think the hard part right now is it's gonna be, how am I gonna try and make it look gothic? We're gonna put a lot of crosses, so it's gonna be like this giant cross. I mean, maybe she could just freaking just have like just a ton of crosses. What if this is just crossed out? Like there's just crosses everywhere. Holy moly, that'd be scary. That would be social anxiety right there, man. Yep, we're gonna do this one. Maybe we could have a raven. No, what do you make? How do you make something gothic? Chains, studs is gothic. All right, we got this. All right, let's go for it. Hopefully I can stick with this thumbnail. Generally, sometimes I start these thumbnails and this is actually, I feel like this is actually a hard part of these thumbnails. Mm-hmm. Yeah, all this. I'll get it for you. I'll just throw it out tomorrow.
Oh, I'm getting ready to take the trash can.
Okay. I'll be right back. Okay. All right. All right, let's send it. Where's our thumbnail? Oh, there it is. Okay, so from this piece of paper, we're taking this little thumbnail. Hopefully we can turn it into that. Can you guys see it? Oh, yeah, you can kind of see it. Okay, let's do this. So we're starting with this pencil right here. Let me actually push this back. There we go. We'll start with this pencil. And we're just gonna lay in our proportions right now, just to see if it fits on the page. And we're at 4. Let's see. Let's actually just speed run this now. I really need to just start speed running these things. So. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7.5. Line of action. Three movable masses. One, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. Darn, that's gonna be right off the edge of the paper. And I think I got that one wrong. I got that one wrong right there. 2, 3, 4, 5. I need to make sure these songs aren't copyrighted. Okay, so let's see. 3, 4, 5. Trying to speed run these things, so I'm not going to be talking as much. Oh, maybe I should just talk. We're going just establishing our figure right now. We're going to do the Andrew Loomis technique. Let's see if we can put this cross up in here. Maybe I should push it. Oh man, maybe I should push behind the leg. I had it in front, but it's like it would be hanging off right there. Huh. send it? I mean, I'm trying to speed run this, so I might as well just send it right. Now this part's gonna be very, I'm still not sure. I guess we just have the foot on the side, huh? I mean, maybe what we could do is have the cross right there. And then just have her foot kind of almost like over here. Wait, is that even, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7.5. Maybe just barely right there, maybe. See, it's really strange right there now. Well. Should we go with this, or, yeah, let's just try and do this fast, or... All right, line of action. Three movable masses. I'm just really just trying to focus up in here, because last drawing I did, I was like freaking all over the place. I was like thinking about all sorts of different stuff. We need to think. Let's draw through the form. We need to really think about this. Okay, we can maybe have it just right off the edge, just like a tad. One, two, and at the peck. Into the bicep. Actually, I think I might have messed that up, didn't I? Let's draw through the form, deltoid, bicep, cut That one right there. Oh, that's gonna be hard right there, darn. No, we're just gonna straight send it. Let's just send it. Just gonna commit to it. This song is amazing. Is this free? Oh my goodness, it's still free. It's insane. All right, let's send it. We're gonna just erase this now. Work on the hardest areas first, do the Brad Rooney technique, and start going in on it. Let's actually just work on the portrait. I think instead of erasing everything, we're gonna just maybe erase some portions. Oops. That beginning of the song was amazing, huh? It sounded really cool. This part just sounds awesome. It just sounds so ethereal. It almost sounds like minus the bear. I'm actually going to cut this. Actually, no, let's just do it with this one before we commit to anything. I draw a lot faster when I don't have to talk. Hey, Judah? What the hell is this? Honor the Lord. How hard is that, right? Put a little cross in there. Put a bunch of crosses in here. It's gonna be like studded armor. How do we do that? I guess we could do like spikes or something, right? What is this? Is this copyright free? No. I don't think it is. Oh, it still is. Okay. Let's work on this hand. I think they put lyrics to this song. They did put lyrics to the song. Actually, I didn't even follow the grad reading technique. I should have worked on the hardest parts first. Oh yeah, I don't like this part. It's like it's weird. Oh well, it's God's music, so we're gonna listen to it. Okay, this is the foreground. Let's try and work on this right now. Dude, I've been trying to learn this trick for so long. That dude just did it while taking his shirt. Are you freaking kidding me, dude? That's insane. Some sort of think the songs are copyright. No? Wow. Crazy. I knew one of these got copyrighted, so... Dude, this trick's gnarly. That's why I give credit to some of these guys, man. They wear so many crosses, bro. It's like, it's just so, it's almost like the paradox, right? There's so many of these companies, they're so scared to put crosses on everything. And then you see a goth person, they're wearing like 30 crosses. You're like, what in the world? It's kind of hilarious, actually. This song's good right here. This song's good right here. kind of want to like make this side like armored. Eh. Okay, we're gonna put a bunch of crosses right here. Oh, it's all good, man. No worries. You don't even need to watch this stream. Oh, man. You know what's actually very interesting? I actually just had... that's weird that you bring that up, because I actually just had lower back pain yesterday. They did say... I mean, I watched a bunch of videos on it. They did say... motion is lotion. So, I mean, I just typed in, what did I type in? I typed in, lower back pain, on YouTube. One of the first ones that popped up, not only, there's like a couple of people that said that. I guess, just moving it, right? In the correct amount of, movement, right? You don't want to go full on out, but I guess it could be different too, because there's also like a herniated disc. I don't really know what sciatica is, so that might be different. I had like a muscle strain, so probably pretty different than sciatica. I think sciatica is way gnarlier, right? And I need to put this on shuffle. We've been watching that guy a lot. Let's change it. Yeah, it can be gnarly. Yeah, there's a lot of back issues, especially you know, sitting down too much. It's like crazy. It's like what doesn't give you back pain, right? Sitting down too much, sitting in your wrong posture, muscle imbalances. You can work out, you can lift too heavy. The back's pretty an interesting mechanism, right? It's essentially a pinching of the nerves that stem from your lower spine through your hips and into... Oh, wow. So maybe the what's it called? You know, the spine bones are hitting it. Or is that a herniated disc? Kind of wanted to make this a studded belt, but I don't know how to make that look like a studded belt. That's right, there's gnarly right here. I know there's like spinal decompression too. Hanging stuff. I'm trying to think how we're gonna do this. I kind of don't even want to like have it all the way up here. Are there like high boot things? A herniated disc is usually an inflammation of the nerve that pops a vertebrae. Okay, I see. That's what I was thinking about, huh? Man, sciatica does seem gnarly, huh? If it's just straight, just nerves. chiropractor. How am I gonna do this? I'm confused. Kinda wanna like have it up here. Nah, I'll have it right here. I don't think that's correct. Oh well. That's good. We have a friend that got a steroid shot in her back. Oh wow. Man, I've been trying to go after this trick right here. This trick's hard. You know the lore of the goth stuff, right? It's the goth lore is actually very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. Do it. I am kind of going a little bit more gothic with this one. Tried to put like some studs right there, and but overall the goth history is very intriguing to me personally. I know it started with the Visigoths and the Ostrogoths, and they were bands of barbarians in Germania, right? What's actually very strange about it all is that the very barbarians used to sack Rome at the time, right? Well, the whole funny thing is that later down the road, the very bands of barbarians that sacked Rome actually got converted into Christianity. And within the conversion of Christianity, it stemmed an entire new art style, not only within how they dressed, but just, architecture-wise. And this is where we get the word Gothic, right? The Gothic, right? And it's interesting because it affected a lot of parts of Christianity. It affected a lot of how churches got built and stuff like this. And then as that went about, like hundreds and hundreds of years later, there were a band of writers, right? And these writers were like inspired by some of the Gothic architecture. Now, I might be wrong on this, but one of my friends told me the Gothic architecture was about nature. It was about almost like finding chaos amidst the just mass amounts of things, right? And that's why when we see some of these crazy Gothic churches or Gothic, just it's almost like overwhelming, right? They have all sorts of things. But if we look into nature, like if you look at a tree, right? You can see a whole bunch of leaves, and not every single leaf is perfect. Everyone's just a little bit different, right? And that's kind of the whole thing about the Gothic style. Then what was interesting is then hundreds of years later from that point, there were some musicians that I think were from the punk era, and these punk artists got inspired by the very writers, which the writers were inspired by the Visigoths that got converted to Christianity. And so this kind of like darker style started emerging. Very interesting, very odd, but that was what some people have told me though. But there's like this TED Talk thing that I watched on it. Pretty interesting. Pretty interesting stuff. I think that's the strange thing about Christianity. It's also kind of a controversial aspect about Christianity. I think personally, I think some people, what would they call it? I don't think it's cultural appropriation. I don't know what it's called, honestly. But it is interesting how, because of the Great Commission and how we were called to make disciples of all nations, right? Well, the interesting thing about looking into different nations is that there's so many different cultural differences, right? Even environmental differences, the way people dress. And it's so interesting how Christianity tends to even go into the facets of society and merge into facets of society that would otherwise, many other things don't merge into, right? And I think that's the power of Christianity, is because of that very nature. And I honestly think also a big part of why I think it merges into different cultures and societies is because of the very aspect of treating our neighbors as ourselves and loving even our enemies. Which I actually think that even might be, I mean, I don't know for sure, I haven't studied it too much, but the very barbarians that sacked Rome, it's interesting that they got converted, right? And there had to have been something that happened. Yeah, it is interesting. Yeah, it's an odd one. It makes me think about the Great Commission, but also I think I think the controversial aspect about making disciples of all nations and going into many different cultures and environments is that, now I haven't heard any people really go into it, but I actually do think that this has actually caused multiple denominations to start forming, right? Because they're like, oh, well, that's kind of strange. That's a strange culture. We want to kind of hang out with our own. And unfortunately, I do think that has caused a bit of maybe denominational splits. The Great Commission was to go into all the world and tell everyone about Christ. Also, from Noah's flood, there are so many similar flood legends throughout the world. Interesting. It's interesting that you brought that up, because that kind of reminds me of like the dragon thing, right? Like the whole legend of the dragon. It's like, man, we've sped through this drawing today. I guess, yeah. Maybe I'll do a round shield. Made this character a little bit too small. I kind of wanted to, I should have made it a little bit bigger, but it's okay. You could put wings on it. I also didn't clean up a lot of this. That's actually one thing I forgot to do. stuff in there I didn't clean up. Maybe that's what I should do in the beginning, is just erase all of that first construction line. I do want to put some more crosses in here, though. And recently there's been a Chinese turtle shell writing that predates Confucius. Huh. Fun. It's weird because so if you didn't know, I'm actually Korean, right? And the thing is that my mom was like, you know, she like grew up in the Christian stuff, but what my mom was telling me is that like a lot of parts of Korea, I guess, are Christian, and it's really strange because looking deeper into the lore, it was actually the Mongols. So the Mongolians, something happened with the Mongolians, and I wouldn't say all, I know a lot of parts of the Mongolians didn't do this, but there were, I think, a little bit of select bands of Mongolians way back in the day with like Genghis Khan and stuff, and they got converted to Christianity. And then because like, you know, like over here, like if this was China, right? They built the wall because of the Mongol horde, right? And so the Mongols had to go around, and then Korea was like right over here. So there's like the wall, and then Korea was like over here. So like the Mongols kind of spread Christianity into Korea, and that's kind of like the weird lore about like Christianity and Korea. That's what I was told anymore. Meaning there were many years before Confucius and Taoism came onto the scene. Early Chinese worshipped the creator before a new way of thinking made its way in. Interesting, huh? Kind of done this round shield before. It's okay. Well, that's weird. Like the shock like totally went in. It's a different period of history, but it reminds me of Joseph and the Egyptians. You know, I actually had a weird thought last night. I think I ran out of lead. I had a weird thought last night. You know, like Solomon, how Solomon was said to be the richest man on earth? I was like wondering, like, in terms of like the Roman Empire, was Solomon richer? I mean, he had to have been, right? It's strange to think about Solomon and, wow, do I have two of these pens? That's weird, I have two of these pencils. I need to find some lead. Where's some lead at? Joseph held a lot of power except for the office of Pharaoh. Then many years later, after a new Pharaoh became king, they forgot about Joseph and didn't remember the promises that were given to Joseph. Didn't his brothers like get enslaved or something like that? And then like they like came to Joseph and they're like, what in the, or did they not didn't they not recognize it was Joseph? Like their brother was the one. After, like, didn't they, like, sell him to slavery or something like that? I forgot. Oh no, I just broke this lead. Wait, how do I even put this thing on here? What the... Dude, this doesn't make any sense. It's like broken. Did I just break this pencil? Okay, here we go. Oh no, I just broke the lead again. Okay, here we go. Oh, dude, I think I broke this pencil or something. Fudge. They didn't recognize him because he was in the house of Pharaoh. They thought he was an Egyptian since he was given authority. Okay, yeah. Oh no, I think I broke this pencil or something. It's not working. Huh. There we go. Huh? Huh. Wrong with this thing. I was like broke a bunch of lead or something. I have an idea. I think I need to grab that piece of little lead right there. There we go. Guess it's not working with that. Joseph's brothers left him for dead in a ditch, but Joseph was found and was sold as a slave into the house of the Pharaoh then. Okay, I think I have a different idea. I'm gonna push this in here and we're gonna just throw this lead in there like this. That's actually what I should have done in the beginning. Oh, that's weird, it's stuck. I must have broke something in here. The time of Moses came about because of the newer Pharaoh didn't know about Joseph and his people. When I think about the story of Joseph, I think about the story of envy, right? I mean, there's lots of facets to it, but when I think about it, it's like the story of how jealousy and envy, even if it's your brothers, can really affect a lot of things. Man, this thing's like broken. It's like stuck. I must have like broke this thing. Okay, what if I push this down? That's so weird. I like broke this pencil. I did not say that. Okay, we're gonna likely have another one. Pharaoh said, "Look, they will outnumber us and overtake us, then put them to hard labor." Okay, I'm gonna push this lead in here like this. Let's see if it works. Now, do you think Joseph in the New Testament, like, it's interesting, it's interesting how people name their kids certain things. I find it very interesting how, to think that Joseph's parents back in the New Testament may have named Joseph that for a reason. Man, I think I totally broke this pencil. I don't know what is wrong with this thing. How did I break this thing? Doesn't make any sense. It's like not working. I feel like there's a piece of lead stuck in here or something. Oh, I guess this thing broke. Luckily I have this one. Hooray for spare pencil, yes, hooray. Let's see this one. Oh. I feel like this one is kind of old and weird. This lead feels strange. Oh well, it's okay. What was I doing? I forgot. I want to put some little crosses up here. There's like crosses within crosses in this one. Joseph is a Hebrew name meaning God will increase. Interesting. I never looked up the name. It is interesting, like looking up people's names and stuff like that, right? Like the Hebrew meanings and stuff. Like sometimes I wonder, did people's parents really think about that? Like when they were naming their kid that, are they like, we're naming him that because of this? Oh, this guy's cool. This guy like makes bikes. He's also a really gnarly flatlander. Putting a crosshair in here. Holy, there are so many crosses in this little thing. That's hilarious. Ding, ding, ding. Oh, I forgot I gotta put a floating Bible in here. Why am I had a hand thing. Where's my... I don't know where it is. I always like to have that sticker that I normally have been using for the hand thing. Hand rest. Where's my hand rester thing? Oh, here it is. Hand rester. Now, I honestly think if I just did the character, like no writing the text, no drawing the bike, I actually feel like I could ink it out right on the spot. I mean, I could start doing that. Because I do know once I get into the bike and stuff, it does get a little harder to ink out and stuff like that, but what I got done so far. I'm also trying to figure out how to promote Flatland BMX specifically, and also kind of somehow get girls to ride Flatland BMX, because unfortunately, from what I was told, the reason why Flatland BMX was not in the Olympics was because not enough girls actually ride Flatland BMX. And it was super, super close to getting into the Olympics. And man, I just feel like if from what some of the flat riders are saying, it's because there wasn't enough female riders. Man, I'm kind of bummed out. So I'm trying to do my part and hopefully try and promote more chicks to ride flatland BMX. Somehow. I feel like I could do so much more like little details in here. I kind of want to make this a studded belt, but maybe not. I guess we'll make this wood too. All right, let's draw this bicycle. I know it's ridiculous, everybody, but we're drawing a bike in here. It's just fun too, honestly. I'm actually going into BMX streets now. Let's see if anybody's on BMX streets. BMX. Oh, there's 15 people in BMX streets. What the? Hopefully I'm cool enough to be a part of the BMX scene. So how we draw the BMX bike is we take the proportion of this, the leg. Actually, there should be a little right there. I was just joking. No, I know when you're younger, it's kind of hilarious hearing some of the kids at the skate park. Some of them have like these little cliques, man. Like, it's so interesting how like, you know, like younger people, they kind of just like, they form these little cliques of like hierarchies, you know? They're like, that kid's a poser. We don't like that kid. It's like very interesting. I'm just like, bro, you guys are all riding bikes. Like, why are you guys hating on each other? Like, I don't know. Some of those kids, they just want to, it might say some of them just want to be top dog, you know? Like, they just want to. Now, what I do like about BMX is that BMX spans nations, you know? It expands language barriers, countries, all sorts of stuff. It's really cool. Race, it's just everything. The genealogy of Jesus in Matthew 1 shows that Joseph married Jesus came from the line of David. I think Mary was a cousin of Elizabeth. Oh yeah, so then what we do is we split this in half. Now actually I think I could just go in now with this. Sometimes I'm like doing a little bit too much with the normal pencil, I think. I need to like be a little bit more bold with using this pencil up in here. What happened to the music? Oh, there it is. Yeah, all right. Joseph married to Mary. Okay, well, oh yeah, then we're gonna make this a rectangle, like this. Split that in half. Oops. Okay, like that. And then this is where we get our... We're gonna make a flatland bike. Now we have this wheel right here. Now I honestly think this is one of the hardest parts with drawing the bike, is figuring out where the seat, I guess it's not a hard part, but it's like the seat post. It's a little, like there's a little bit of a gap right here. And so this is where the bottom bracket would be. Now we are drawing a flatland bike, so I think I might just have straight, because this is like kind of like straight right here. Maybe I'll just have straight down, and then just have flatland bars this time. Like that. That's actually really low. It's like too low right there. Oh well. And then I think what we might do is we might just have like a flatland bars. Like in bars. Kind of like the V bars. Those bars are kind of cool. And now we'll do full flatland, like Daysmith. That was fun. I think the bars are a little off. She's gonna have breaks. Okay, so let's erase a lot of this stuff now, or like underlayer lines. That's how we draw a bike though. We're making good time. This is the amount of time on this one is how I should be drawing these, is about as fast as these ones, but sometimes I struggle. I feel like the shepherds are hard to draw. This is just an Armor of God one, which is much easier because I've just drawn so many of the Armor of Gods. The shepherd ones, it's like hard for some reason. I don't know why. It seems like every time I try and draw a shepherd, I just struggle with it. erase the underlayer. And then we're gonna go with our final layer into this one. This is hilarious. What are we watching? What is this? Oh, this is the West Coast 4130. I thought this would be over by now. Change this. Why is that? What happened to it? What? Oh wait, there it is. I feel like early Garrett Reynolds was kind of gothish. What do you think is harder about the shepherds? I think it's the drapery. I think drapery, like, you know, all the robes and stuff is harder to draw than armor. Because, like, if you look at armor, like, armor is very abstract. You know, just like, just this shape. You can put different shapes on top of it. Whereas, like, I think that what makes the shepherds hard is because, like, you kind of have to think about, like, the robe and how the robe's connected, and then thinking about how it's all working. This one makes it a little bit more challenging. Zoom in one more. Let's draw this bicycle. I generally like to start over here for some reason. I'm gonna put some brakes on it. She's part of the Front Brake Sisterhood. Who is this? I don't know who this is. Oh, this is AMP. I don't even think I've seen this video yet. Oh, this video is cool. I like this. Keep the change. Have I seen this? Oh, I think we watched this the other day. Look at all these different spots. Man, these guys have seen so much of the city, it's crazy. Oh, I forgot this song is actually copyright free. Let's listen to it. It's actually in a BMX edit. The one that we just watched, kinda. But it's copyright free song, so. The wheel's very hard to draw. I actually feel like the wheel's actually the hardest part to draw. I just kind of guess it. Say it again, say it again. I know you love to. And I can't keep some path. I'm trying to do it again. And I was silly there, sending my way, 'cause there's no love lost that I can't find again, my dear friend. Man. There's so much. Oh my, look at that. That clip was amazing. Double tire ride or rail to fakey wall ride. Man, this guy's good at rail rides. Wow, that was cool. I feel like he wanted to smith that, but he didn't go into it. I'm surprised he kept that clip. It was probably super scary. That's how some of these clips are, is like they want to do something, but they didn't fully do it. But it was so, like, it's either maybe they got kicked out or something, so they just took the clip. I just like looking at all the spots. It's really cool. Just the architecture is all different. Okay, let's keep going. Let's keep going. I'm actually gonna do these as like servo bars. Skirbo. How do you draw 4-piece bars? I think like, how do you draw? I think it's like there's like a little stem right there, or a little stopping point. Those look terrible. Oh well. They're supposed to be 4-piece bars, everybody. And bikes are fun to draw. It's kind of cool, like thinking about like the character, and then thinking about what type of bike would this character ride. You know what? This chick's actually just gonna be running front brakes. She's gonna be one of those weird. Well, I guess it's not weird. It's actually commonplace now, but. You know what? She's actually going to be running. She's going to be a strange individual. She's actually going to be running two straight cables. Let's put on his 2 straight cable rider. There is a guy called Lino Gonzalez. Where is he at? He's in here somewhere in the playlist. Shout out to Lino Gonzalez. This guy would run. This guy right here. This guy ran both front and back, front brakes and back brakes, but he ran it in straight cables. Super strange. I wonder if the song's copyrighted. Let's see if the song's copyrighted. Is the song copyrighted? It has to be. Oh yeah, it is. Man, the song on this song's gnarly. Check it out now.
As little as 15 minutes. That's faster than you can replay the entire meeting in your...
We're gonna have Selena Gonzalez inspired on this one. What's my most gnarly BMX crash? I mean, I'm gonna be honest, it wasn't even that gnarly, but I tore my ACL like 3 years ago, and I haven't got surgery. It wasn't even that gnarly, that's the crate, but it was definitely the gnarliest injury because I still can't even ride normally anymore. I have to ride flatland, kind of. I mean, I'm actually at the point where I almost have to ride flatland, otherwise I can't. My knee gets all out of place and stuff like that, but maybe it's a blessing in disguise, but I did break my collarbone. I guess that would be probably the gnarly one. I did crack my head open on the same spine I tore my ACL on. But the cool thing about flatland is it's very safe, so. This chick's gonna be running like a 44-2 sprocket. She's gonna be a strange individual. Actually, she's gonna be running like something like crazy. Like, oops. Well, that's good. You had. Yeah. I know, huh? Oh, I think that actually wouldn't work. I'd actually have to push that up. Just the ACL one, man, has totally messed me up, dude. That one was definitely a brutal one. I mean, I guess I'd like to even think it's a blessing in disguise because, honestly, I wouldn't even be streaming right now if I never even tore my ACL. I never would have gotten into flatline, I don't think. So, maybe like what Romans 8:28 says, God uses all things for the good for those who love him, right? I'm trying to think about it that way. Oops. Squiggly line right there. Romans 8:28. God uses all things for good for those who are called according to his will and his purpose, or something like that, right? I guess that's the other thing is I actually never would have gone into the Bible studies if I never tore my ACL. I mean, I would like to even think that. It sounds strange, but this character's pretty solid. I'm digging this. It's a pretty solid character. Oh yeah, we need to do a floating Bible. Oops. Maybe I should. Maybe I shouldn't have put the floating, but oh well. I'm gonna put maybe a little squirrel or something. Nah, darn, the Bible's a little close, so well. I might actually push that back just a little bit more. It's like playing a little RPG game, dude. You know, like the character select screen in a video game? That's basically what these drawings feel like. It's like we're in the character select screen, just being like, let's grind for that armor, everybody. Verses. I was gonna maybe put some animals, but nah. I don't know about this one. I think the last shepherd we did, we just everywhere. There's animals. It was overwhelming. Shout out this company, the only company that's ever hooked it up. Well, I guess no, Golden Days has hooked it up. What is that? Put little crusts on here. That one pretty fun. This one was just like chill for some reason. Man, the last character was just so cringy. And sometimes it's like, I get to this point in the drawings where it's like, I can't go back, you know? So I'm just like, it's either I'm going to finish it out or I just like struggle through the cringe of it all. Okay, no worries, man. Let's just write our verse in here. So I think we're just gonna do bear the cross. Take up your cross daily. It's kind of weird how the NIV says, whoever wants to be my disciple must deny themselves and take up their cross daily. The ESV version says, and he said to all. I like this one, right? All. If anyone would come after me, let him deny himself and take up his cross daily and follow me. Where's the KJV version? Huh. We'll do Luke 9:23. Is this still Russ Barone? Man, it's gotta been. I must have put a bunch. I thought I put this on shuffle. Oh well. If anyone after me. Hey Jamie, just wanted to stop in and say hi. Thank you for taking the time to even stop in. Diana Chicken Nugs. I appreciate that. I thank you for even writing anything, man. It's appreciate that. Like you even taking the time, man. That's crazy. What? Yeah, sorry, it's hard to keep up with stuff these days, but I always want to show up when I can. Praise the Lord. Yeah, the other thing is you don't even have to write anything. You can just lurk. I don't even have the follower accounts. I never look at who's watching and stuff like that, so... Luke 9:23. The stream's actually been pretty good today. The bike riding was actually really hard. It's kind of strange. The bike riding was hard and everything else seemed to work out a bit. It's either one of these things that's hard. It's either the Bible study's hard, it's either the Bible study's hard, the bike riding's hard, or the drawing is hard. I know, I actually really like this drawing. This is like more of like Gothic armor of God, cross bear. I was just gonna do like a sword, but I actually it's kind of fun doing like the giant cross in here. And I think we're about done. I'm just gonna put my signature in here and call it a day. No animals, no gizmos in here. Okay, yeah, I'll put it right here. And we about done, everybody. Man, this one was much more relaxing today. I wish every drawing was this easy. Or I guess I wouldn't say easy, but like, I'm gonna put a little seed right here, by the way, too. Just a little Easter egg. This one was fun. I like when the drawings just flow, you know? Little seed. And that's it. We're gonna put it on the wood thing, call it a day. I guess you caught me right when the drawing was done. Which I actually want to see how many crosses we got up in here. Let me turn off all this. Turn off the BMX video, image slideshow, chat, text. And we're gonna try and count all the crosses in here. Let's see how many crosses do we have in here. So we got earring, 1. Earring 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. These ones are indistinguishable, but 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. 24 crosses up in here. That's crazy. I know I could actually just start adding them all in here, just adding them, but we'll keep it like this. Thanks, dude. Oh, if anybody's out there too, you guys could just copy everything I'm doing too. I learned a lot of these techniques from other believers, so, you know, hopefully we would just help more and more people give glory to the Lord, right? Like, I feel like if anything, if you guys do use this technique that I learned, hopefully you would give God the glory. Because I learned, if you guys learn anything from this stream, I've learned a lot of this stuff from other believers. So, just know that. I need to push it one more step out too. This is, so we'll get some close-ups. I've never done this before. I will say, I don't think I've ever done this. Crosses on a cross. That's very Gothic-esque right there. I got Luke 9:23, and he said to all, if anyone would come after me, let him deny himself and take up his cross daily and follow me. And there we go. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That is the stream. That is the end of the stream, everybody. Let's go see if we can rate somebody. Who is live right now? There you see. Oh, okay. There's 3 people. Maybe we can raid somebody. Go to our stream manager. Which? Video producer. Stream manager. I'm gonna try and raid like a new, like believer or something. Let's see here. How do I go to the Christian section? Let's find a new believer to raid to hopefully help him out. For some reason this is not working when I press it. Oh wait, I gotta do this manually. Fudge. I gotta do it on the computer then. Okay, Christian. Let's go to low to high. Okay, let's see who we can raid. Who's trying to share the glory of God, everybody? There's Queen Treasure. There's a Warhammer guy. Oh, drawing and chit chat. Starsong KG. We're rating Starsong KG. Starsong KG. She has Christian on her tag. She's been streaming for 5 minutes. There we go, everybody. Oh, 4 people. There we go, everybody. Let's see, what should we write? Okay, got it. Glory be to God. Oh. Glory be to God. Thank you for planting and watering seeds of faith. Now I will end the stream now. I saw you on, or I found you on the Christian tag and saw a drawing word.